Chapter 1304. Moreover, Zhang Qianlei has been in the Qi world for so long without any news. This is not in line with his character. I have a bad feeling about this. Jiang Tian made up his mind to go to the Qi world through the Star World to look for Zhang Qianlei. 1,000 years ago, Heavenly Star was originally connected to the Kanglin and Qi dimensional worlds by teleportation arrays, which could break the space barrier. However, when the Immortal ruins invaded 1,000 years ago, the Heavenly God Sect Master slashed out the One Sword Valley, destroying many arrays. However, the array base and basic structure were still there. When Jiang Tian left Heavenly Star, he had drawn a repair book and asked Bai Zhe, Master Kunling, Yuan Zihua, and others to repair many damaged arrays. Now, more than 2 years had passed, and they should have made some progress. The teleportation array should be able to reach the Qi world and Kanglin world. If it was 2 years ago, Jiang Tian would have to be careful and meticulous when going to a dimensional world like Heavenly Star. But now, Jiang Tian's cultivation strength was no longer the same as before. He had condensed the golden core and had the strength to fight against a nascent soul realm master. If he went to these dimensional worlds again, Jiang Tian would be like a tiger and lion patrolling a flock of sheep. He would not take it seriously. He said goodbye to his wife and children and asked Ta Kong, Ming He, and many other masters to guard Earth. Jiang Tian only took Patriarch True Dragon and the big black dog Old Dragon directly to Malai and stepped on the teleportation array of the Heavenly Valley. Heavenly Star Domain. Outside Qingyang Town, the ancient teleportation array in the wilderness suddenly flashed with a dazzling golden light. A handsome young man with black hair and black eyes in a white robe slowly stepped out of the teleportation array. His face was calm and indifferent. Behind him, there was a hunchbacked old man in a green cloth robe and a black felt hat. He was dressed like a servant, and there was a big black dog that was smooth and strong. The spirit Qi here seems to be several times richer than before. It is comparable to the recovered Earth. The geomagnetic gravity is also stable. Jiang Tian scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and revealed a hint of joy. Looks like Bai Zhe and the others have done well. They've already repaired most of the damaged formations. It seems to be at the level of a level 3-dimensional world. The True Dragon Patriarch also sighed. Back then, he was the leader of the Dragon Gate. Star World was still under his rule. He had been here many times. Now that he compared it, he could feel the obvious difference. Let's go to Qingyang Town and have a look. Jiang Tian rolled up his sleeves and took a step into the air. Thunder appeared in the void and exploded on the horizon. He crossed dozens of miles and rushed towards Qingyang Town. This was the first place he had set foot in the Heavenly Star realm. Here, he met the siblings Qiao Yingluo and Qiao Beishan. Then he went to Jade Well Peak, which led to a series of grudges and disputes. He only left after killing Li Longyuan and becoming the master of this world. However, along the way, Jiang Tian's face gradually became gloomy and there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Wherever they passed, traces of battle could be seen everywhere. There were scraps of sabers and swords that extended for more than 10 kilometers, piles of bones, giant pits and ravines caused by magical equipment, and even a mountain thousands of meters tall had been erased out of thin air. Some of the Dharma power fluctuations in the traces still hadn't disappeared even after a long time. This should be the work of a golden core overlord. Jiang Tian's eyes flashed and he had a bad premonition. But back then, there were only a few golden core overlords in this world, such as Li Longyuan and Shintij. How could there be so many traces and be seen everywhere? Jiang Tian's speed was even faster. He streaked across the sky like a golden rainbow, speeding towards Qingyang Town. He was eager to know what had happened in the past 3 years. After a few seconds, he had crossed 100 miles and arrived above Qingyang Town. Originally, although Qingyang Town was a small town on the edge of the mainland, it had a population of 100,000 and was very prosperous with all kinds of shops. Because this was the last stop before entering the Demon Cave Mountain, many cultivators bought materials and traded Dharma treasures here. But now, most of the buildings in the town were destroyed in the war. It was a piece of ruins, 9 out of 10 houses were empty, and there were very few pedestrians. In particular, Xiao Yingluo's Hall of Divine Craftsmen was also in ruins. Seeing this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but frown. After he became the ruler of Heavenly Star, Xiao Yingluo, who was by his side, could be said to be very popular in this world. She was like a royal princess and no one dared to destroy the Qiao family's Hall of Divine Craftsmen. He knew that there was a big problem here. However, Jiang Tian didn't panic. He restrained his aura and activated Gui Yuan, suppressing his cultivation to the first level of foundation establishment so that he wouldn't attract too much attention. Only then did he land in front of the ruins of the Qiao family's Hall of Divine Craftsmen. Then, Jiang Tian's divine sense dissipated. The entire town, and even the conversations of everyone within a few hundred miles, fell into his ears. Even if some cultivators deliberately set up a soundproof restriction, it couldn't stop the perception of Jiang Tian's divine sense. Have you heard? A few days ago, Wild Wave City was breached. None of the millions of cultivators survived. They were all wiped out, not even dregs left. It's too tragic. Wasn't Jiang Haishan personally supervising the battle in Wild Wave City? Jiang Haishan is a foundation establishment powerhouse. In front of the powerhouses of Jade Lake, a mere foundation establishment is nothing. It's said that a nascent soul powerhouse took action. He didn't show up at all and just sat in a beast-headed cloud tower. With a point of his finger, Jiang Haishan exploded and turned into powder. Yes, now the 4 major cities, even Star Capital City has been destroyed. Even Emperor Ding Lai retreated to the Heavenly God sect in the Demon Cave Mountain. Only Desolate Border City is left as the last fortress. In a restaurant, several people shook their heads and sighed. Jiang Tian frowned slightly. Jiang Haishan had died in battle? Jade Lake invaded? In the Thunder Lake world, Jiang Tian had searched through the memories of the powerhouses of the ruins of immortality. He also often learned about the situation of the ruins of immortality and other worlds from the True Dragon, so of course he knew. Jade Lake was a rank 3-dimensional world, on par with the Dragon Gate and Northern Sea, but it belonged to the Western Desert world. How could they rashly invade this world? Sigh, it's better to quickly earn some crystal stones and rush to the ancient transmission array of the Heavenly God sect in the Demon Cave Mountain. I heard that one can reach the Qi Yi and Songlan world from there. In any case, one can still save one's life. Easier said than done? The Heavenly God sect has indeed repaired several transmission arrays in the Qi Lei Mountain, but they are all small transmission arrays that can only transport 100 people at a time. But our star world has hundreds of millions of people. I heard that they don't need crystal stones anymore and need to draw lots. The probability is too low. No, even drawing lots is no longer possible. All transmission arrays have been closed. I heard that the Songlan world has also been invaded by Jade Lake. A small half of the continent has been destroyed. Everyone's eyes were full of despair. They drank big mouthfuls of wine and were drunk in a dream. They were filled with a kind of despair of the end of the world. Sigh, the absolute beginning dominator set the rules to reduce and exempt taxes. The human race and the demon race had a truce and built a prosperous star world. The door was opened wide, and everyone could cultivate. We mortals obtained freedom and the opportunity to become stronger. Even our lifespan was extended. In just 1 year, the star world had an increase of 100,000 cultivators and even a few gold core experts. But these hateful Jade Lake bandits. Some people gritted their teeth, and their faces were full of grief and indignation. What bullshit absolute beginning dominator? What number 1 wise ruler in history? What lord of resurgence? He is a joke. Some people were drunk and blurted out angrily. He said that he would make the Stellar Sky domain a better world, but what about now? The Jade Lake has been invading for a year, and he hasn't appeared from beginning to end. Someone shook his head bitterly and said, it's not his fault. After all, he is from the Earth domain. When he defeated the Stellar Sky Palace and Li Longyuan, he relied on tricks. He didn't have real strength. How would he dare to come? Yes, he used some kind of Dharma artifact to control Sect Master Bai Zhe. His real cultivation is only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. If he meets a gold core perfected immortal or a nascent soul heavenly lord, he will definitely die, someone agreed. Patriarch True Dragon also sensed this with his divine perception. He stole a glance at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's face was as calm as still water. After listening for a while, he said lightly, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tian rose into the air and flew toward a few nearby towns. His divine perception continued to search. Jiang Tian found that the price of things here was more than 10 times more expensive than before. The price of daily necessities, spirit grains, and food for ordinary people had increased greatly, especially the protective and flying Dharma artifacts. Jiang Tian saw a few Taoist nuns in robes flying in the forest on swords. They were covered in blood and their clothes were ragged. There was a group of pursuers behind them. These pursuers were all quite powerful. The weakest one was at the Qi refinement level and there were hundreds of them. Among them, the leader with the highest cultivation level had even reached the peak stage of the foundation establishment. They used to be elites on this continent and could even be on par with the sect masters of the large sections. Miayu, the sect master of the Heartless sect, and Master Ashen Pine, the sect master of the Giant Sword sect, were only at the fake core level back then. These pursuers were riding on flying boats, chariots, and other flying magic tools. Some were riding on flying swords, while others were riding on flood horses and other spiritual beasts. They were awe-inspiring and breathtaking. In the blink of an eye, they had covered 10 miles and were getting closer and closer to the Daoist nuns who were riding on flying swords. Moreover, their flying boats and chariots were equipped with medium-sized artifacts. They shot out hundreds of meter-long lightning bolts, tearing through the void and striking at the Taoist nuns. They were ruthless and merciless, sending the Taoist nuns flying up and down as they cried out in pain. "Kill! Don't let a single one of them go!" The pursuers shouted loudly. They were also humans, but if one looked closely, they were completely different from the humans in Star World. Their hair was red or golden, they had high noses and deep eyes. Their skin was fairer, but their pores were thicker and their body hair was abundant. There was a blood-red flag embroidered with the words, "Jade Pool Left Army," hanging on the chariots and flying boats. Chapter 1305. Jiang Tian and the True Dragon Grand Elder had both restrained their auras and concealed their sharpness. As for the large black dog, it was merely a dog in their eyes, not even worth mentioning. So, they didn't use any mid-sized weapons. It was just a casual shot by a cavalryman. However, from their point of view, this arrow contained a vast amount of lightning energy. Being able to kill a foundation establishment cultivator was already like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. They did not pay much attention to it. "How dare you? How dare you shoot my master? Do you want to die?" Seeing this, ancestral patriarch True Dragon's eyes became clear and sharp. His energy surged to the golden core level and then to the nascent soul level. At the same time, he threw a punch. Rumble! The giant hand swept across the sky. There seemed to be a giant meteorite in the sky. It was extremely heavy and huge, covering the sky with terrifying energy. A dozen flying boats and battleships exploded in the sky like a string of firecrackers. Hundreds of cultivators didn't even have time to scream. Even the strongest peak foundation establishment leader was only able to turn the warship around. He didn't even make it 10 meters before he exploded in the air, turning into a rain of blood and flesh. He died and became a confused ghost. "Damn you, True Dragon. Are you an idiot? How can I eat them? They're all foundation establishment cultivators. They don't even have a golden core cultivator." The black dog widened his eyes in anger. "Brother, I was too harsh. I'm sorry." The True Dragon Patriarch bent his waist and resumed his old servant image. He scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "You're asking for it?" Jiang Tian coldly snorted. "I'm going to search their souls and figure out the defense of the Jade Lake Army. I'll be busy for a while if you kill them all." This old servant was just trying to protect Master. "Please forgive me, Master. Please don't be angry." True Dragon Patriarch's face stiffened, and he hurriedly bowed and admitted his mistake. "Come back." Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered with him. He grabbed at the air with his hand. Crack. The air cracked and Jiang Tian's hand turned into a giant golden hand. It reached dozens of miles away and grabbed the leading Taoist nun, then pulled her in front of him. The Kuan Peng was extremely fast, breaking through the space. 100 miles away seemed to be very close. The Daoist nun could already see desolate city in the distance. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in front of her eyes, and the sky and earth spun. She went from the outskirts of the city to the place where Jiang Tian was. She was startled, and quickly held her sword in her hand. "Senior, who exactly are you? You are a dignified true immortal of the Golden Core realm. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? I'm Miao Su from the Heartless sect. I don't know you, so how did I offend you?" Her sharp sword chi was condensed but not released. She was only waiting for Jiang Tian to show any signs of hostility before immediately erupting. This sword strike was enough to severely injure a Foundation establishment powerhouse. Her heart was filled with fear as cold sweat poured down her back. After all, given her level of cultivation, the other party had to be at least in the late Foundation establishment stage or even a Golden Core stage minor true immortal to be able to teleport her here in an instant. Miao Su was not sure if he was a friend or foe if he acted so rashly. "Merciless Sex Miayu is your master?" Jiang Tian asked. "That's right, that was Junior's master. A year ago he had already successfully condensed his gold core, but unfortunately he fell in the battle to protect the Wild Wave City. Senior, do you know my master?" Miao Su scanned the surroundings. Those Jade Lake pursuers were already gone, and there seemed to be a lot of fragments on the ground. Could it be, she's already dead? Jiang Tian's eyes were filled with sorrow. Miayu was upright and outspoken, but because he had repeatedly misjudged his own strength, he had caused many mishaps and did not please either side. In the end, in the battle between Jiang Tian and Li Longyuan at Qingqiu Mountain, he was in a neutral position and did not help either side. In the end, Jiang Tian only gave him a small punishment and let him go. "I've been in seclusion for nearly 3 years. What happened in Heavenly Star during these 3 years? Why did the Jade Lake army invade this place?" Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and asked. Fairy Miaosu revealed a look of realization. So he was an old monster who had been in seclusion. No wonder he was so strong. Then, Fairy Miaosu was delighted. If such a powerhouse was recruited by the army or the Heartless sect, it would definitely be a great merit. It all started after Immortal Master Zhenyin, oh no, he was called Kong Teichu, became the ruler of Heavenly Star. With Miaosu's tireless explanation, Jiang Tian gradually understood the situation that had happened here in the past few years. After Jiang Tian left, Bai Zhe immediately carried out Jiang Tian's plan. The human race and the demon race jointly built Star World, repaired many damaged formations, and opened the door to convenience. A year later, the formations were finally successfully repaired and operated smoothly. The crisis of the continent's collapse was completely resolved, and the spiritual energy was much purer and richer. Many people felt that their bodies suddenly became strong and healthy, and many minor illnesses were cured without treatment. And the number of people with cultivation talent had increased greatly. From then on, Star World ushered in a golden age. Cultivators began to break through bottlenecks one by one. Foundation establishment cultivators came out in large numbers, and even Golden Core cultivators began to break through. Mortals lived and worked in peace. Cultivators and powerhouses reached the limit. Different races, cultivators and mortals lived in harmony. A glorious era was about to begin. We are very lucky to participate, experience, and witness this great era together. We believe that Heavenly Star will usher in a rare opportunity. One day we will even conquer the Sea of Stars, but we must never forget that this world changed because of one person. His name is Kong Teichu. He is the eternal ruler of this world. Jiang Tian's old friend, Bai Zhe of the Heavenly God sect, made an important speech in a speech. In fact, at that time, countless people were grateful for Jiang Tian's kindness and treated Jiang Tian as their savior. Morning and night, they kowtowed, burned incense and prayed, just like a true god. After all, within a year after Jiang Tian left, several golden core cultivators sprouted like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Originally, Li Longyuan had plundered and spent hundreds of years of hard work, but he only piled up 2 golden cores, himself and Shintij. How could they compare? Mortals, on the other hand, preferred such an orderly life. Humans and demons stopped fighting and recuperated. Mortals didn't have to pay so much annual tribute. Demons even helped humans build cities, build fortifications, and reclaim farmland. Everyone was happy. But at this moment, Jade Lake World suddenly sent 100,000 troops through a teleportation artifact. They tore the world's boundary, broke the dimensional barrier, and marched straight in. Although the Stellar Sky Domain powerhouses fought back bravely and didn't fear death, such as Miayu and Jiang Haishan, they were still defeated. Because the Jade Lake army was too strong. The Jade Lake was a grade 3-dimensional world, and it was governed by the Heavenly Dao sect. The Heavenly Dao sect master was like Li Longyuan in the Stellar Sky world. He was like an emperor, and his words carried enormous weight. Many orthodoxies and clans didn't dare to disobey. To put it bluntly, the Heavenly Dao sect and Jade Lake world were just 2 signboards and 1 set of people. It was rumored that the Heavenly Dao sect alone had several nascent soul-old monsters, dozens of golden core cultivators, and countless foundation establishment immortal masters and chi refinement experts. Jade Lake was so powerful that it was comparable to many second-grade dimensional worlds. Besides, Jade Lake had already controlled 5 fourth-grade dimensional worlds, which were comparable to Stellar Sky Domain. There were many medium-sized and small sects in the Jade Lake world. Together with these forces, it was even more terrifying. This time, there was a nascent soul heavenly lord in the Jade Lake army. The young sect master of the Heavenly Dao sect, Chen Liuha, was the commander of the army. He was extremely talented. He was only 30 years old, but he had already entered the nascent soul level. In addition, the inheritors of the 4 Heavenly Lord families in Jade Lake and the young talents from the dimensional worlds under Jade Lake were also involved. Each of them had a powerful background. Some were taught by a nascent soul Heavenly Lord in their family, and some were the sons of the masters of a world. They were all extremely talented and powerful, at least at the golden core level. They were also supported by the elders and consecrators of the older generation. In Star World, there were only 10,000 chi refinement cultivators, only a few foundation establishment cultivators, and only a few golden core cultivators. They weren't even on the same level. How could they win? Jiang Haishan and Miayu had lost a lot of overlords of the older generation. Ding Lai was severely injured and Bai Zhe couldn't fight for some reason. Is that all? According to you, Bai Zhe shouldn't have lost so much territory in 3 months, even if they sent 100,000 soldiers. Besides, Bai Zhe is a nascent soul cultivator. Why can't he fight? Jiang Tian questioned. Miao Su's face changed and she stammered. Tell me. Jiang Tian coldly snorted. A vast spiritual pressure descended from the sky, causing the space to solidify. Miao Su's body trembled. She felt as if she were being watched by an ancient true god. She couldn't breathe and even her cells were trembling. He's a golden core perfected immortal. She was terrified and she broke out in cold sweat. The energy was retracted immediately. However, all the cultivators and mortals within 100 miles felt the energy and trembled uneasily. Miao Su staggered and almost fell to the ground. She managed to stabilize herself and said, I heard that. Yuan Zihua secretly poisoned Bai Zhe. Yuan Zihua has already surrendered to the overlords of Jade Lake. Daoist Master Kuan Ling and Master Kuhai might also attack together. Therefore, Sect Master Bai Zhe's cultivation has dropped and he can only command from behind the scenes. However, these are just rumors. Please forgive me if there are any mistakes. How dare they betray us? Bai Zhe is their master. He let them go on Qingqiu Mountain once. How dare they betray us again? We shouldn't have let them go back then. Deep inside Jiang Tian's eyes, cold killing intent and anger slowly condensed. Chapter 1306. These people had all signed a divine soul contract with him. Once he activated the curse, they would die for sure. However, Jiang Tian reacted quickly. Although the divine soul contract was strong, it still needed a living person to activate it. In their opinion, as long as he was killed, the contract would not be a threat. In fact, Sect Master Bai Zhe couldn't fight, so Mieu, Jiang Haishan and many other seniors died quickly in the battle. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been defeated like this, Miao Su said with tears in her eyes. Where are you going? Jiang Tian asked. To the border city. Miao Su said. The Heartless Sect's training ground has been broken, and many disciples have broken through. Only the border city and the Demon Cave Mountain are left, which still belong to the natives of the Stellar Sky Domain. The border city is guarded by Miao Yi, Jiang Yunhe and other young people. The other cities have been occupied by the Jade Lake experts. Star Capital City, Floating Spear City, and Wild Wave City are all occupied by the enemy. Right now, although Yuan Zihua, Daoist Kunling, and Master Kuhai claim to be neutral and not willing to see the people in misery, they are mediating. In fact, they have become the lackeys of the Jade Lake experts, working for the enemy. The Jade Lake also trained them at all costs to ease the conflict and disintegrate the resistance of the Stellar Sky Domain cultivators. I heard that Master Kuhai and the others are going to hold a peace meeting in the Raging Wave cities in the clouds. They hope that the two sides of the Jade Lake will put down their weapons and make peace. Jiang Tian nodded and said, What's the name of the nascent soul realm cultivator in the Jade Lake army? Well, I'm too weak to know. Miao Su lowered her head and said with shame, I heard that this nascent soul realm cultivator doesn't show up easily. Even when he attacks, he sits in a cloud tower and can kill Golden Core realm experts with a flick of his finger. It's terrifying to the extreme. Jiang Tian showed a look of disdain and snorted, a mere nascent soul realm cultivator pretending to be mysterious, he's courting death. The true dragon patriarch couldn't wait any longer. He rubbed his fists and grinned. What is the Jade Lake? A mere nascent soul realm cultivator, dozens of Golden Core realm cultivators and 100,000 chickens and dogs. How dare they take Master's territory? Bastards, this old servant will go and kill them right now. Dozens of gold cores are not enough. The large black dog's saliva was dripping down. Then he suddenly complained gloomily, But true dragon, are you insulting me by calling them dogs? Miao Su glanced at the large black dog, and she was suddenly dumbstruck. Her delicate body trembled, and she exclaimed, Why are the ruler of the absolute beginning? You've actually returned. As the chaotic divine body was condensed, Jiang Tian's body also underwent some changes. His appearance became more and more perfect, and he was only 80% similar to his original appearance. Moreover, although the name Absolute Beginning Dominator resounded in Miao Su's ears like thunder, her level was too low. She had never seen Jiang Tian in person. She had only seen the statues and portraits, so she couldn't recognize him. It was only when the large black dog spoke that she finally matched the Jiang Tian before her with Kong Taichu. She had heard that the Taichu ruler had a large black dog that could speak. I am the master of this world. Why can't I return? Jiang Tian chuckled and asked. This is what Daoist Master Kunling and the others said. He said that there is a nascent soul cultivator, several nascent soul cultivators, and many golden core cultivators in the Stellar Sky Domain. Even if you dare to return, you will return the way you came. You won't dare to attack. Miao Su's teeth chattered as she spoke, afraid of angering Jiang Tian. How was this a transcendent expert of the hidden world? He was a peerless demon king. Back then, he had led Bai Zhe and the demons of the Crimson Thunder Mountain to massacre Qingqiu Mountain, killing almost 1,000 Foundation Establishment Immortal Masters and 2 Golden Core True Immortals. He had caused rivers of blood to flow in Star World. Of course, Jiang Tian had also implemented many benevolent policies here. However, he hadn't been here at the time, and Bai Zhe and the others had done it on his behalf. Thus, the deepest impression that had left on Miao Su was Jiang Tian's cruelty and viciousness in massacring Qingqiu Mountain. Jiang Tian glanced indifferently at Miao Su and said, Don't speak of our meeting today. Otherwise, I will kill you. Don't worry, I won't say a word. Miao Su was so frightened that she prostrated herself on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. When she raised her head again, all she saw was white clouds drifting around her. The heavenly winds howled, and Jiang Tian and the other two were nowhere to be seen. Let's go to Wild Wave City. During the peace gathering, we'll kill Yuan Zihua and the others and leave no one alive. Hateful indeed. A traitor is even more hateful than an enemy. All the golden cores are mine. Don't waste them by crushing them. Master has to refine them into spirit pills for me to eat. Jiang Tian and the other two stepped on Absolute Heaven Sword and flew rapidly toward Wild Wave City. Along the way, Jiang Tian met many Foundation establishment cultivators and heard many discussions. Sai, Misery C, Kun Ling, and the others asked us to attend the peace gathering. They are up to no good. They said that they want to sign a truce agreement, but they are actually forcing Star World to surrender completely and hand over all their rights. I heard that Ding Lai came personally to negotiate this time. How troublesome. How can Ding Lai withstand it? The three giants are all on the enemy's side. Don't talk about Ding Lai. Even sects like us who were originally not involved in this matter have to bow our heads and submit. If we knew this would happen, we should have stood on the side of the Heavenly God sect and the Empire Emperor Ding Lai. If we fought with them, we would at least have a slight chance of winning. It's just a slight chance of winning. The other party has nascent soul realm old monsters, 10 golden core realm experts, and an army of 100,000. Who can resist them? Many stellar sky domain cultivators shook their heads and sighed dejectedly. Some gritted their teeth and clenched their fists so tightly that they were about to break. Their hatred was overflowing. The Jade Lake's army invaded, and stellar sky domain retreated step by step. Large areas of territory were lost, and no one could stay out of this. There were even 1 or 2 Foundation establishment cultivators among them, but they were still like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They didn't have much choice. They could either become the Jade Lake's lackeys or die. Right at this moment, a few 100-feet-long battleships, cloud towers, and flying boats flew across the sky, emitting a powerful aura. The tallest battleship in the middle was inlaid with gold and jade. It was dazzling. Countless runes were engraved on the hull of the battleship. Windwalk runes, lightning trap runes, Vajra runes, and escape runes. The runes formed an array. After it was activated, it could block the all-out attacks of nascent soul realm experts several times. In terms of value, it was even more valuable than a spirit treasure and was close to a true artifact. Get out of the way. Our young master is going through. Anyone who blocks him will die. Around the battleship, hundreds of armored guards were riding on white wands and holding battle spears. They shouted arrogantly and looked down on everyone. They were strict and powerful. Each of them was above the Foundation establishment realm. The leader was even at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm and was close to the fake core realm. Hundreds of people gathered together and came like a rolling iron stream. They were so powerful that they could wipe out the medium-sized sects in Stellar Sky Domain. It's Duanmu Ci from the Duanmu family of the Jade Lake Heavenly Monarch family. Run! Many cultivators were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They trembled and ran in all directions, as if little rabbits had seen a wolf. The Duanmu family was the army of 100,000 soldiers in Jade Lake. They had thousands of cultivators and golden core overlords. Who would dare to offend them? Now, the Duanmu family's army had completely taken over Wild Wave City, and the current city lord was Duanmu Ci's father. Duanmu Ci had a handsome appearance. His long golden hair draped over his shoulders. He wore chainmail and a pair of golden boots. His tall figure was like a celestial being. His gaze was disdainful, and his temperament was evil. He possessed a unique charm. He looked very young, but his cultivation was already at the mid-stage of the golden core realm. He alone could suppress Li Longyuan. Beside him stood a young girl with an enchanting and sexy figure, who could be called a stunner. The young girl's skin was snow white, and her golden hair was wavy and scattered behind her head. Her chest was high, and her waist was slender. She was born with double pupils. They were very clear, but they were bursting with radiance, giving off a somewhat intimidating feeling. However, she looked a little dispirited and depressed. Behind the two of them, there were 10 mid-stage and late-stage foundation establishment overlords led by an early-stage golden core overlord. They stood respectfully with their hands behind their backs. Duanmu Ci took out a small jade box with exquisite carvings. He was calm and elegant as he smiled. This is the purple gold bell that Princess Ding Lingdang used in the past. I got it on the battlefield. I asked a formation master in the army to refine it, and it has been upgraded to a high-grade spirit treasure. It's only a step away from a true weapon. It can barely be used as an accessory for Miss Long. A high-grade spirit treasure is nothing but trash in my eyes. You want to hit on my sister? You're far from it. Long Yanan was disdainful and arrogant. Besides, am I the kind of person who only cares about money? Vulgar. Embarrassment flashed across Duanmu Ci's face. He put away the jade box and smiled seriously. Your sister, Long Shengnan, is the #1 beauty in Below Sea World. She's also the saintess of Dragon Gate and the #1 expert. She is both talented and beautiful. How could this humble one dare to claim her status? His words were not flattering. His eyes were filled with deep yearning and respect. Obviously, he admired this Long Shengnan very much. At least you know your place. Long Yanan smiled faintly and then looked around casually. She shook her head and sighed with lack of interest. The spirit chi in the star world is so weak. It's like a remote village. Yu Chen Liuha and the others still spent so much effort to snatch it. It's really laughable. Duanmu Ci was shocked, but he did not dare to be angry. After all, the other party came from the second-level Hylon dimension and had a noble status. This purple gold bell is indeed not worthy of your attention. Duanmu Ci forced a smile and changed the topic. However, there is a 1,000-year-old immortal herb growing on the Jade Lake's sacred mountain. My father seized it from a low-level dimension and carefully transplanted it. If you need it, you can pick it when we arrive at the Jade Lake. Hearing this, Long Yanan immediately revealed a smile, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, "Is that true? If I use this precious medicine to increase my cultivation and break through to the nascent soul realm, I will be able to climb to the top of the immortal ruins list. I can finally see my sister's back." Her appearance was very beautiful. When she smiled, it was like 100 flowers blooming, brightening the surroundings, causing the surrounding guards to steal glances at her. The two chatted along the way. Suddenly, Long Yanan's beautiful eyes flashed fiercely and her face turned cold. She pointed at Jiang Tian and shouted, "Kid, stop right there. Why are you running away? Are you guilty? Do you have the right to behave atrociously in this place?" Chapter 1307. Jiang Tian stood in the air on his flying sword and frowned. Initially, he wanted to kill the 3 traitors, Kun Ling, Ku Hai, and Yuan Zihua directly. However, when he saw the fleet approaching, he did not want to alert the enemy and thus avoided them. Unexpectedly, the other party still took the initiative to come to him. Furthermore, they were the ones who told him to avoid and not escape. They were clearly looking for trouble. However, Jiang Tian understood the next moment. There was a deep greed in the depths of the girl's eyes. She was clearly interested in his absolute heaven sword. Initially, Jiang Tian had just refined a nameless flying sword that was also a numinous treasure and was prepared to use it in daily battles. After all, the absolute heaven sword was an immortal weapon with shocking lethality and was Jiang Tian's final trump card. He could not show it to others easily. However, when the absolute heaven sword was not activated, its sharpness was completely hidden. Its divine radiance was restrained, and it looked ancient and dim. Ordinary people would not be able to tell its level. Thus, when Jiang Tian casually stepped on it earlier, he did not pay too much attention to it. He did not expect the girl to be able to tell that the sword was extraordinary. She had quite a good eye. "Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear me?" When the girl saw Jiang Tian and the other 2 talking, she could not help but look angry and arrogant. Jiang Tian could not be bothered to speak and his killing intent flashed. After being reprimanded by Jiang Tian, the true dragon patriarch bowed and lowered his head, not daring to speak rashly. On the other hand, the large black dog dug his nose and smiled slyly. "Girl, you're interested in my master's flying sword?" Long Yanin was not used to the naked robbery of the cultivation world and preferred to use tricks. Her face turned red when her thoughts were exposed and she sneered. "Who would be interested in your lousy flying sword? I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me for free." Foundation Establishment Level 1? Duanmu Ci glanced at Jiang Tian with extreme disdain as though he was looking at an ant. When Jiang Tian performed Origin Restoration, the vast true essence in his dantian was compressed to the extreme and was almost invisible. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator might not be able to detect it, let alone Duanmu Ci. "If Fairy Yanin likes that artifact sword, just tell me. Why do you have to waste your breath on these ants from the Stellar Sky domain?" Duanmu Ci smiled faintly and sent a message to Long Yannan with his divine sense. Then, he gave a meaningful glance to an iron bodyguard beside him. Understood. The guard was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Stepping on his flying sword, he broke the sonic barrier and approached Jiang Tian and the others like a bolt of lightning. Although the guard had come over, Duanmu Ci's carriage didn't even stop and continued to walk slowly. Duanmu Ci and Long Yanin ignored him and turned their heads to continue chatting. "Hee, what's a mere elixir to be able to win the fairy smile?" Duanmu Ci continued the topic and smiled freely. "Fairy, your talent is outstanding. With the help of this elixir and the support of the Jade Pool world, it's not impossible for you to aim for the top spot in the future and be on par with your sister, Fairy Xingnan." He had put in so much effort for a scheme, and it wasn't even his scheme alone. It was the scheme of the entire Jade Pool world. By forming a relationship with Hai Lan and Dragon Rearing Sect, there was hope for the Jade Pool to become a second-grade dimensional world in the future. "Sai, big brother Duanmu, you think too highly of me. My sister's talent is truly outstanding. I can't catch up to her even if I flatter her." Originally, Long Yanin had purposely kept a distance from Duanmu Ci and acted high and mighty like a princess going on an inspection tour to meet a local official. However, after receiving the benefits, she called Duanmu Ci big brother and called herself little sister to appear closer. Duanmu Ci didn't seem to have noticed it and chatted with her naturally, becoming more and more humorous. As for the Foundation Establishment Realm Guard, he quickly crossed dozens of miles and arrived in front of Jiang Tian. With a face full of disdain, he shouted, "Three of you, listen up. This is the patrol team of the young city lord of Wild Wave City, young Master Duanmu. They see that the three of you are acting suspiciously and are suspected to be traitors of the Heavenly God sect. Immediately hand over your artifacts and treasures and come to the ship for inspection." "What if I don't hand them over and don't go?" Jiang Tian asked indifferently. "Aunt, do you still dare to disobey orders? Then I'll kill you on the spot." The guard's face sank and he roared angrily. "Kill them." Jiang Tian didn't even raise his eyelids as he said slowly, "Yes, master." Old Ancestor True Dragon bowed respectfully and pointed with a simple finger. The guard's brain exploded, and his brain and blood blossomed in the air like white plum blossoms. His soul was shattered. Before he died, his round eyes were still filled with shock, fear, and panic, as if he had not expected that he would die so casually. Old Ancestor True Dragon raised his hand and took the body with a flattering expression. "Brother Dehei, do you want to eat?" "No, I don't. He doesn't even have a golden core and his meat is too rough." Dehei curled his lips. Old Ancestor True Dragon wasn't angry. He raised his hand and put the body back on the ship. "Here you go." Seeing this, Duanmu Ci's face sank and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "How dare you? In the jurisdiction of Wild Wave City, there are still people who dare to disobey my orders." "Commander Shin, isn't this guard of yours a little too useless?" Behind him, the several Foundation Establishment bodyguards were filled with fear. Cold sweat flowed down their backs like a waterfall. The leader of the guards was an early-stage Golden Core Realm Guard. He stepped forward and said coldly, "Don't worry, young master, I'll definitely kill these people." "You can kill them, but don't kill that dog." As for Long Yanin, the double pupils in her beautiful eyes spun and contracted, and a bright light flickered as she swept her gaze over the large black dog excitedly. This black dog is a dragon and hasn't reached the nascent soul realm yet, but it can speak human language. I'm afraid it's a high-level dragon. I want to take it as my pet. Miss Long is right. Did you hear that, Commander Shin? Duanmu Ci didn't see the true bloodline of the old dragon, but he was still very confident in Long Yanin's eyes. Although the dragon clan was a human race, it was said that they were descendants of the ancient gods and specialized in the dragon clan, the god of creation. No one could confirm whether this was true or not, but the dragon clan was indeed good at identifying spirit beasts such as dragons and phoenixes. I understand. As soon as Commander Shin's voice fell, he used his divine sense to transmit his voice. Immediately, hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators rose to the sky and ran towards Jiang Tian. Dehei shouted with disdain, "You're so greedy. Not only do you want the flying sword, but you also want to take me as your pet. You're so greedy. Don't you know that I want to eat your golden cores and take you as my pet?" "Bitch." Long Yanin was so angry that her face turned pale. "Bitch. You're all bitches." Dehei retorted. Duanmu Ci's eyes were full of viciousness. He said coldly, "Miss Long, even if this dog has the bloodline of a dragon, it's not easy to deal with. Why don't we just kill it?" "Kill it. Skin it alive," Long Yanin said fiercely. While they were talking, the team had already arrived in front of Jiang Tian and they all took out their weapons. Suddenly, the ancestral patriarch of the true dragon clan slapped. Bang! Over 100 Foundation establishment cultivators immediately exploded in the air. Blood danced in the air. It was a magnificent sight. They turned into a rain of translucent flesh that rained down. This old man is a golden core overlord. He also seems to have the bloodline of a dragon. Is he an overlord from the Dragon Gate world? This time, even Long Yanin couldn't help but be surprised. On the other hand, Duanmu Ci's face was already trembling in shock and anger. His eyes were about to crack as he said coldly, "Commander Shin, you can't be forgiven for disturbing an important guest like Miss Long. If you can't kill these two people and the dog, I'll report it to my father when I return to the city. Don't worry, young master. I won't let you down." Commander Shin was so scared that he was covered in cold sweat. He knelt down on one knee and bowed. Then he led 10 late-stage Foundation establishment stage bodyguards and another 10 Foundation establishment stage cultivators to the sky and charged at Jiang Tian and the other two like giant cannons. Hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators spread out and attacked from all directions. They seemed to be messy, but in fact, they were quite organized and formed a battle array. If they attacked at the same time, they could crush a peak-stage golden core cultivator. From this point, it could be seen that Commander Shin wasn't a useless person. He was just unlucky to have met Jiang Tian. However, Commander Shin and the others had just formed a battle array and didn't have time to attack. Suddenly, they felt that their dantian was frozen. The spiritual energy within 1,000 square meters was as hard as a rock and could not be triggered at all. Their bodies, magical equipment, and weapons were all restrained and confined. They could not even move their little fingers. The Forbidden Realm. This old man is a nascent soul overlord. Commander Shin turned pale with fright, his heart terrified to the extreme. This old man was using a standard Forbidden Realm. It was extremely powerful. Not everyone could understand it even among the nascent soul cultivators. This was a nascent soul overlord. However, he couldn't understand it all. For thousands of years, Star World only had Bai Zhe as a nascent soul overlord. There were no nascent soul overlords at all. If there were, Star World wouldn't be a 4th-level dimensional world. It would be a 3rd-level world immediately. It could only be an outsider. But the key was that the space channels and teleportation arrays from other worlds to Star World were all occupied by them. No one could enter at all. How could there be a nascent soul overlord in Star World for no reason? No matter how shocked Commander Shen was, he couldn't change the reality. He knew that he had underestimated the enemy. He was regretful and angry. This old man was very bad. He deliberately used a clever method to hide his cultivation. However, it was all too late. Ancestor Zhen Long swept his palm. Commander Shen and many guards exploded into a rain of blood and disappeared in the air. Chapter 1308. Ha, I finally got a golden core to eat. The large black dog leaped out and picked up Commander Shen's golden core with his mouth. As if he was eating hard candy, he chewed on it loudly, extremely happy. Let's go. Middle Foundation Establishment Cultivators, protect Miss Long. The rest of the guards, protect the rear. Use a sound transmission Dharma artifact to send a message to Wild Wave City and call for reinforcements. Duanmu Ci was shocked. Although he didn't see the true dragon use the forbidden area, he knew that he had met a strong cultivator who was far stronger than an ordinary golden core cultivator. He did not expect to meet such a strong person. He had really kicked an iron plate. He gave a few orders in a row, but there was only one core. Run. It's a pity that my nascent soul cultivator didn't come. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to be so presumptuous. None of them can escape. At this time, Long Yanan was also very depressed. She looked at the flying sword and the big black dog under Jiang Tian's feet reluctantly and stomped her feet in anger. After receiving Duanmu Ci's order, the warship suddenly accelerated, instantly breaking 10 times the speed of sound and still increasing. Dozens of death warriors, some standing on Dharma artifacts and some riding spirit birds, spread out on the side of the fleet and released their Dharma artifacts toward Jiang Tian, wanting to stop them. Seeing this, Duanmu Ci was slightly relieved. He thought that with the speed of his treasure ship, the other party wouldn't be able to catch up. Not to mention that his treasure ship was a priceless treasure that even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't destroy easily. As expected, bang bang bang. The true dragon patriarch used his secret techniques again and again, but he couldn't destroy or stop Duanmu Ci's giant ship. The giant ship released layers of colorful shields. Although it trembled crazily under the true dragon's attack, it still didn't collapse. The reactor at the back of the ship spewed out bright light and pushed forward rapidly. The ship was getting farther and farther away and was about to break free. When I call for reinforcements, I'll definitely cut you into pieces. Duanmu Ci turned around and looked at Jiang Tian and the others with a fierce expression. His eyes were as sharp as knives and his eyes were filled with hatred. At this moment, he wanted to cut Jiang Tian and the others into pieces. Ever since they set foot in this world, their Jade Lake world had been victorious in every battle. He simply regarded the cultivators of the Heavenly Star realm as ants and casually crushed them to vent his anger. Furthermore, even in the Jade Lake world, the Duanmu family was considered a tyrant. Who would dare to offend them? When had he ever suffered such a setback? Useless thing. Seeing this, Jiang Tian had no choice but to make a move. He waved his hand and activated the sea-calming ice divine body. The forbidden zone froze the area within 100 miles. Immediately, within this area, every blade of grass, every tree, every bird, every beast, every living thing in the world, and even space, were tightly confined and bound. In the forest, a wild rabbit jumped out of the grass in fright, and an eagle swooped down from the sky, its eyes ferocious, but it suddenly froze in place like a statue. The guards and cultivators maintained their battle postures. Even their expressions of anger, fear, and fury were vivid and lifelike. Even the treasured ship was still spurting out flames with full force, but it was unable to move at all. After all, space was the most difficult power to control. Jiang Tian could only maintain the forbidden domain for 3 flicks of his fingers. But for Jiang Tian's terrifying speed of 10,000 miles in an instant, it was already enough. Jiang Tian activated the heaven-severing sword under his feet and waved his sleeves. He took Ancestral Patriarch True Dragon, who had already killed many guards, across dozens of miles and landed on Duanmu Ci's treasured ship. Then, the forbidden domain finally collapsed. Birds flew away, rabbits ran away and hundreds of corpses fell to the ground like rain. But the area within 100 miles was dead silent. Other than Duanmuxi's treasured ship, all the other ships had fallen to the ground and shattered. Stop everything within 100 miles. It's over. We've met a peerless overlord. Duanmuxi's eyes twitched. He had never thought that this young man was the most powerful overlord. Before, he had thought that Jiang Tian was the disciple of ancestral patriarch True Dragon, so he had completely ignored him. Senior, please forgive me. It's all my subordinates' fault. They didn't know what was good for them and chased you away. I'll definitely compensate them handsomely. Seeing Jiang Tian walk over, Duanmuxi was already scared out of his wits. He almost peed his pants. He bowed and cupped his fists, begging for mercy. He could not understand. This young man clearly had a foundation establishment aura. How could he release such a terrifying forbidden domain? No, this could even be considered a domain. It was comparable to the soul formation realm. But where did such a powerful overlord come from in the stellar sky domain? He could not figure it out even if he racked his brains. But he definitely understood that such a powerful person was not someone he could afford to offend. Such a powerful overlord could even sweep through the ruins of immortality. Not to mention the other guards on the ship. They were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. They could not even stand properly. Even Long Yanin could not be arrogant. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and fear. Is that so? Why did I hear that they wanted to search me and steal my treasures? Ancestral Patriarch True Dragon brought a chair over. Jiang Tian sat down with his legs crossed and said with a half-smile, "How can it be fake?" Duanmuxi's bent waist was almost touching the ground now. He had a flattering smile on his face and said, "I was ordered to patrol. I just asked the guards to persuade the cultivators here to leave and not offend them." He straightened his body and his expression immediately turned furious. He grabbed another Peak Foundation establishment cultivator and angrily roared, "Brother, you're the leader of the group. You blind dog. How dare you offend Senior Heavenly Lord? You act inappropriately and disturb the commoners. You have ruined our reputation. Your sins are unforgivable. Young master, please spare me." That commander was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His face was as pale as paper. This was a completely unexpected disaster. They had already occupied this place and often killed cultivators and mortals for fun. Not only did Duanmuxi not stop them, he even participated in it personally and encouraged them. However, Duanmuxi wanted to kill him to give Jiang Tian face. How could he let him go? With a shake of his arm, the commander instantly turned into a bloody mist. Duanmuxi said respectfully, "I killed this commander as punishment. I hope Senior Heavenly Lord can calm your anger for now. From now on, I will be strict and will not make such mistakes again." "Are you done? You can die now." Jiang Tian looked on coldly with a half-smile and didn't say much. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes and he flicked his fingers, about to kill Duanmuxi. Duanmuxi felt a chill down his spine and an unprecedented sense of danger surged in his heart. He knew that if he didn't let Jiang Tian do it, he might die here today. He was indeed a mighty lord, a golden core expert and a powerhouse of the Jade Lake world. He said firmly, "Senior, don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I'll be a distinguished guest of Star World and a distinguished guest of the Duanmu family in Jade Lake. We'll give you anything you want. We can even give you an immortal treasure medicine to help you break through to the nascent soul realm." The cold glint in Jiang Tian's eyes seemed to have receded a little. Seeing this, Duanmuxi became even more certain and spoke with assurance. "I'm a disciple of the Duanmu family, one of the 4 Heavenly Lord families in the Jade Lake world. The Duanmu family has a nascent soul Heavenly Lord and many golden core Heavenly Lords. We can even converse with the supreme being of the ruins of immortality, Ruins Emperor. I believe, Senior, as a hero, you should be able to distinguish between friend and foe. Do you think I won't dare to kill you after you say that? Do you think I haven't killed a nascent soul cultivator before?" Jiang Tian's face was full of disdain and there was no emotion in his eyes. "Heavenly Lord, please don't be angry. Duanmu's eyes shuddered and panic appeared in his eyes again. He knelt on the ground and lowered his head, saying in a low voice, "Senior, I'm helping you analyze the pros and cons. I don't mean to threaten you at all. Ha, you occupied my territory, killed my cultivators and killed my people. Today, you even dare to take my treasure. Go to hell." Jiang Tian smirked coldly. He raised a hand and made a grabbing motion, plucking out his golden core and casually tossing it to the large black dog. "Thank you, master." The large black dog's saliva was dripping from its mouth, and it munched on the food heartily. Halfway through, he said gloomily, "It doesn't taste good. Master, I'll spit it out now. Is it too late for you to help me make a spirit pill? How dare you kill me?" Duanmu's eye was full of vitality and didn't die immediately. He watched as his golden core was taken away, but it became food for a dog. He couldn't help but let out a shrill cry. "Don't be picky." Jiang Tian was expressionless as the divine disc in his dantian spun. Suddenly, an endless devouring power pulled Duanmu's divine soul out like a black hole and tore his body to pieces, leaving only his head in the storage ring. The absolute beginning dominator is back. How dare he come back? Everyone said he didn't dare to come back. It's him. When he was patrolling Wild Wave City, I saw him from afar. He looks 90% similar, especially that big black dog. I can't be wrong. The cultivators who were hiding in the surroundings saw this scene with their divine senses or heaven eyes. They couldn't help but turn pale with fright and whisper to each other. The absolute beginning dominator killed golden core cultivators like killing chickens and dogs. Has he reached the nascent soul level? Our stellar sky world is saved. Hurry, let's go and meet him. Many cultivators within 100 miles were in high spirits and cried tears of joy. Originally, many people were afraid and even disgusted when Jiang Tian led by Zhe and other demons to massacre Qingqiu Mountain back then. However, Jiang Tian did fulfill his promise and help them repair many Dharma arrays, achieving harmony between humans and demons. The country was prosperous and the people were at peace. They already regarded Jiang Tian as a wise ruler and leader. However, this glorious era was broken by the invasion of the Jade Lake world. Compared to Jiang Tian, the Jade Lake world was much more terrifying and hateful. They carried out a policy of exterminating all cultivators. They massacred cities and destroyed countries. Everywhere they went, the land turned red. Not even a blade of grass was left alive. At this moment, they were certainly looking forward to and welcoming Jiang Tian's return. Lu Canyang, family head of Star City's Lu family, greets the absolute beginning dominator. Zhao Hongtian, leader of the Sky Destroyer mercenary group, greets the absolute beginning dominator. Qide, sect master of the Sky Fragrance sect, welcomes the return of the absolute beginning dominator. Sush, 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 sush. Many heavenly star cultivators rushed to the flying ship and kowtowed to Jiang Tian. They cried tears of joy as if they had seen their savior. Chapter 1309. Now, Bai Zhe was severely injured. Kunling and the other two veteran Golden Core realm experts had either surrendered or had a vague attitude. Mieu, Jiang Haishan, and the other core members had fallen like rain. The stellar sky world had been retreating for almost a year, and finally, an expert had returned. Nobody knew who Ancestral Patriarch True Dragon was, but he had killed Golden Core cultivators as easily as crushing ants, so he should be a nascent soul overlord. However, he actually bowed and stood behind Jiang Tian like an old servant. Everyone could not help but look at Jiang Tian in a higher light. I'm Chen Feihong, the leader of the Flying Rainbow Bounty the Hunters. Lord, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. A coarse, large man flew over. He could topple a golden mountain and topple a jade pillar. He knelt on the ground and hugged Jiang Tian's calf, sobbing and complaining. Don't get your snot on me. Stand up and talk. Jiang Tian frowned and a gust of wind blew Chen Feihong a few hundred meters away. Chen Feihong got up and flew back to the ship. He looked angry, but he still smiled and said, "The Lord is back. We don't have to be afraid of the villains of Jade Lake anymore. These evil cultivators kill people like flax and occupy my territory. I'm in so much pain every day. I hate that I'm too weak and can't protect the people. The leader of the Chu Tian mercenary group said, "That's not right. Old Chin, I remember that you were the first to surrender when Jade Lake invaded." Nonsense. I did that to confuse the enemy and get information. I've been preparing for the return of the Lord every day, Qin Feihong said. Forget it. Jiang Tian waved his hand. These were all loose cultivators, free as clouds and wild cranes. If there was milk, they would be mothers. It was hard to guarantee their loyalty. So you're the lord of this world. I heard that you're an ant from Earth. How can you be so powerful? Long Yanan finally realized, but she didn't panic. Instead, she looked at Jiang Tian with interest, as if he were a monster. Even when Jiang Tian unleashed his full power, he was still a golden core cultivator. However, Jiang Tian was able to create a forbidden realm with a radius of 100 miles, which was far more powerful than a normal nascent soul stage cultivator and even comparable to a soul formation stage cultivator. She couldn't help but feel curious about Jiang Tian. You no longer have the chance to call me an ant. Jiang Tian's eyes turned cold. He did not show any mercy. With a flick of his finger, a finger light shot towards Long Yanan's forehead. My lord, please wait. The true dragon patriarch said with his divine sense, we still have great use for her. Jiang Tian's finger beam had reached a state where it could be retracted freely. It stopped a few inches away from the woman's dantian. You actually dare to kill me. But Long Yanan was already terrified to the point she was paralyzed on the ground. She looked at Jiang Tian with terror as if she was looking at a devil, and she shivered like a white rabbit under the mouth of a vicious wolf. Although she also wanted to live, she was filled with shock and fear. She no longer dared to threaten him like Duanmu Ci. This was because the only result of threats was death. This person in front of her was not afraid of anything. No matter who you were, he would kill you without hesitation. The true dragon patriarch bowed and said, this woman is the descendant of Itsong Lan World's Dragon Gate. Her death is not regrettable, but she may be of great use. Moreover, there was no news just now. If we keep this woman, we can pass through the layers of checks and quietly enter Wild Wave City. We can directly behead her without letting any fish escape the net and finish the job in one fell swoop. Bitch, do you know what to do now? Jiang Tian looked at Long Yanan with cold eyes. Long Yanan's eyes turned. She had not decided whether to resist or not. Jiang Tian did not hesitate to slap her face. With a clear sound, blood spurted out from her nose. Her beautiful face was lacerated. He coldly shouted, what are you thinking about? Answer me. I know. Long Yanan's eyes were filled with astonishment as she covered her red cheeks. She was so angry that her teeth itched. She wanted nothing more than to swallow Jiang Tian alive, but she could only lower her head and agree. Serve me. You have no eyesight. Kuan Ling, Ku Hai, and Yuan Zihua, the three veteran Golden Core cultivators, were about to gather in Wild Wave City to hold a peace conference to discuss the ceasefire between Heavenly Star and Jade Lake World. Once the news spread, the entire Star World was shaken. I heard that Wild Wave City Lord Duanmu Ting will also attend the conference. How is this mediation? It's clearly coercion. How can we resist? If we don't go, we'll die. If we go, we can only surrender and become their lackeys, killing our own people. Now, only the border cities and the Demon Cave Mountain are still holding on, but I'm afraid it won't last long. Yes, after this conference ends, it will basically announce the complete fall of Star World. We'll become slaves of a fallen country. Many cultivators were boiling, as if they had lost their parents. Their eyes were filled with despair and sorrow. The mood of failure spread and shrouded them. Sigh, it's all Kong Teichu's fault. If he hadn't killed more than 400 heaven immortals in Qingqiu Mountain, we would still have a chance to resist. But now our vitality is greatly damaged. A cultivator wrung his wrist and sighed. Sigh, it's not as good as when Li Longyuan was in power. At least Yuan Zihua and the other two sincerely supported him, and there was still a chance of survival. Some people even missed Li Longyuan's benefits. It's useless even if Li Longyuan is here. The Jade Lake is a third-grade dimensional world. If they attack us, they will completely crush us. The outcome is already decided. Someone shook his head and smiled bitterly, as if he had seen through everything. 30 miles outside of Wild Wave City, on the treasure ship. Hee, no wonder Daoist Wang Lin and the others are willing to be dogs. It turns out that they have been helped by the Jade Lake experts to reach the nascent soul stage. Jiang Tian lazily reclined on the brocade couch, eating grapes peeled by Long Yanan's bare hands. He casually flipped through Duanmu Si's soul and said with a smile. In addition, their descendants, Yuan Hongjue, Guang Kuan, and Master Diren, have all reached the mid-stage Golden Core stage and are ranked in the top 20 of the heroes list. They are also the only few people in Star World who are on this list. Duanmu Si's soul nodded and bowed. The Golden Core was only the crystallization of true essence. It provided energy for the physical body and the soul that relied on the physical body. However, if the Golden Core was destroyed, the soul could still exist for a period of time and could even take over the body with the help of secret Dharma treasures. At this moment, Duanmu Si's soul was trembling, afraid that Jiang Tian would kill it. If that happened, even the last shred of hope would be gone. Heroes list, what is that? Jiang Tian asked. This is the combat power list arranged by Master Bitter Si and the other two elders. It has already replaced the prodigy list. It means that in troubled times, heroes will rise together. Only those who have reached the Golden Core stage can be ranked on it. The top 10 are all occupied by the Jade Lake experts. Duanmu Si's soul was very weak and faint. It trembled in the cold wind, extremely tormented and full of fear. Ding Lingdang was captured by you? Jiang Tian asked with a frown. Ding Lingdang was a fierce daughter of a general. Her personality was as upright and outspoken as Ding Lai, and she was very respectful to Jiang Tian. Back then, when the Stellar Sky Palace and the various armies were trying to kill Jiang Tian, she had risked many dangers and rushed to the Demon Cave Mountain to inform Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian had a very good impression of this woman. He did not expect that she would become Duanmu Si's prisoner and be tortured and humiliated by him. Yes, in the dungeon of the City Lord Mansion. Duanmu Si's soul said miserably. Good. You have guts. Jiang Tian said, good, 3 times, but his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The terrifying killing intent swept through the entire ship like raging waves. It made Duanmu Si's soul and Long Yanan tremble as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They were nervous and uneasy. Jiang Tian's treasure ship came through the sky. In the sky, there were countless cultivators on flying swords, flying ships, and cloud buildings converging towards Wild Wave City. The gathering organized by the 3 veteran Golden Core experts attracted the attention of the entire Stellar Sky domain. In the core area of Wild Wave City, in the clouds. This inn was more than 3,000 meters tall, like a peerless heavenly sword, piercing the sky and revealing its sharpness. It was more than 300 meters tall, and even outside the city, it could be seen clearly. It was known as the tallest building in Stellar Sky Domain and was built in the last half a year. This inn was surrounded by auspicious clouds and spirit energy. There were many pavilions floating around the stairs, which looked very magical. This place was open to the public and was famous for squandering money, but even Foundation establishment experts did not dare to be presumptuous here. It was said that the Wild Wave City Lord, the Jade Pool Left Army General, and the nascent soul Duanmu Ting often came in and out of this inn and even lived here for a long time. Today's peace gathering was held here. The inn was octagonal, and each corner was a platform. Swoosh, swoosh. The cultivators were either on flying artifacts or flying swords. After going through strict checks, they entered the corresponding floors according to the location written on the invitation. No one dared to stop Jiang Tian's treasure ship, and it directly reached the top floor. Miss Long is here. I am the manager of Inn in the Clouds. Welcome, Miss Long. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. A manager wearing golden clothes, accompanied by a group of purple-clothed and green-clothed attendants, personally came to welcome and lead the way. He was respectful and reverent to Long Yanan as if he was seeing a goddess. Manager Jean is too polite. Long Yanan got off the treasure ship and smiled reservedly like a princess visiting incognito. Her eyes were high, and she spoke bluntly, making Manager Jean even more cautious. As for Jiang Tian, his hair had turned silver-white, and his appearance had changed a lot. Ordinary people would not be able to recognize him and would only think that he and Zhenlong were Long Yanan's servants. Manager Jean led Long Yanan inside and asked curiously, "Fairy, why don't I see young Master Duanmu's figure?" Long Yanan's eyes were struggling, but she finally said indifferently, "On the way here, young Master Duanmu encountered a group of heavenly god sect bandits and went to kill them. I was too lazy to wait, so I came here first. I don't need to report these matters to a small manager like you, right?" Chapter 13:10. That's true. Miss Long came to this remote place and must be tired from the long journey. Thank you. There's no need to care about those ants from the heavenly god sect. Supervisor Jean said in a panic. There was a completely different world in the tower. They took out the entire spirit essence spring and used array discs to create fake mountains, strange rocks, and waterfalls. The ground was inlaid with gold and jade, and the jade table was filled with spirit fruits and immortal herbs. Many beautiful maids were standing there, and many of them had already reached the Qi refinement realm. Chen Liuhe and Duanmu Si really know how to enjoy themselves. Seeing this, even Long Yanan clicked her tongue. Outside the window, the clouds were rising, and the pavilions were faintly discernible. Maids wearing thin gauze with cold looks walked on the clouds, shuttling back and forth between the different pavilions. Beams of colorful spirit light shot up to the sky from different pavilions. Each beam of spirit light represented a golden core realm expert. Obviously, those who could come here were all important figures in the Heavenly Star domain and the Jade Lake realm. The star-picking pavilion was one of the best pavilions on the top floor of the pavilion in the clouds. Here, the new palace master of the Heavenly Star Palace, Yuan Hongjue, the new abbot of the devil-suppressing temple, Guang Kuan, the sect master of the Giant Sword sect, and other Heavenly Star talents were drinking and having fun with the young experts of the Jade Lake. These young experts all came from the Jade Lake Heavenly Monarch families or small dimensional worlds. Each of them was one of the top true disciples in their families. The most powerful one was already at the peak stage of the Golden Core realm and was not far from the nascent Soul realm. Great! Suddenly, a series of cheers sounded. Surprisingly, it was Yuan Hongjue who drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. His face was flushed red. The wine he drank was not ordinary wine, but the Thunder Dragon wine, brewed by a great demon in the Red Thunder Mountain. Blue lightning and fire intertwined in the wine, and the wine was sparkling like red agate. This lightning was taken from the chaotic thunder in the Red Thunder Mountain. Even a normal Golden Core realm expert couldn't withstand it and would be burned to ashes by the chaotic thunder. Only Yuan Hongjue, an outstanding Gold Core cultivator, would dare to drink it like wine. Yuan Hongjue was the direct descendant of Yuan Zihua. Now, with the help of the powerhouses from Jade Lake, he had reached the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Moreover, he had condensed a 7th-grade Gold Core, which was comparable to the peak of the Gold Core realm. Even if Li Longyuan came back to life, he might not be able to defeat him. For example, the Daoist of Qingxian, who was killed by Jiang Tian, was only in the Foundation establishment realm. He was not even fit to carry Yi Futian's shoes. Big brother Yuan, you're amazing. This woman was called Shi Ruoxue, a remnant of the Snake Desire sect. Back when Jiang Tian had ascended to the position of sovereign lord, he had purged the serpent sect. Although he had said that he would exterminate the entire sect, not even the chickens or dogs would be spared, he hadn't actually gone so far as to leave no survivors. This woman's cultivation was low, and she expressed her loyalty. Therefore, she became a fish that escaped the net. When the Jade Lake world invaded, it was necessary to create an atmosphere where the hearts of the people would submit to them. This was so that the descendants of the Jade Lake families would want to have a taste of the marrow. Therefore, they poured resources into cultivating them and pushed them to the early stage of the Gold Core realm. Later, they were made the sect leader of the Snake Desire sect. They reopened the sect and recruited disciples, which made the sect flourish. No, I'm not that amazing. It's all thanks to Big Brother Shin that I have today's cultivation. Yuan Hongjue held the wine cup with both hands and got up from his seat. He half knelt on the ground and proposed a toast to the man sitting at the head of the table. Without Big Brother Shin giving me elixirs and teaching me cultivation methods, how could I have today's cultivation? Big Brother Shin is my second parent. The man sitting in the middle was wearing a white robe with golden thorns. His hair was tied up with a golden crown, and his black hair was like a waterfall. He was handsome and tall, but his eyes were as sharp as a peerless heavenly sword. He was dazzling and emitted a powerful energy that could swallow mountains and rivers. No one could ignore his presence. To be able to sit in this pavilion, everyone's status was earth-shattering. With a stomp of their feet, they could cause the entire heavenly star realm to tremble. To be able to sit at the head of the table and look down on everyone else, one could easily imagine their status, power, and cultivation strength. He was the heir of the Shun family, a heavenly lord family above Jade Lake. His name was Xianxia. He was the commander of the Middle Army, second only to the marshal. He could talk directly to Chen Liuha, the commander of the Jade Lake Army. He had a high status and powerful cultivation. His future was limitless. Although he was a junior, he was on par with Duanmu Ting, Duanmu Si's father. At the same time, he was also the most powerful person in the room. He was less than 30 years old and had already reached the peak stage of the Golden Core level. He was ranked 10th on the hero's roll. He was also the only person among the younger generation in the two worlds who had entered the top 10 of the hero's roll. Rumor had it that the nascent soul overlord in the army who could kill Golden Core cultivators without showing up was his master. Even Kuan Ling, Ku Hai, and Yuan Zihua had to be respectful when they saw him, not to mention Yuan Hongjue. I also heard that Yuan Hongjue became a Golden Core cultivator under Brother Shin's guidance. I thought it was just a rumor, but now I know it's true. In the seat, a man with a robust figure that was like a mountain of flesh, a full beard that was like a steel brush, a rough appearance, and was filled with a domineering aura, revealed his teeth that were like steel saws, and laughed in a muffled voice. He was the son of the commander of the Right Army, and his name was Hu Tenghai. He had the blood of the Emperor of Dragons and was as strong as a mountain. He was the top general of the Right Army and had a violent personality. He killed people without hesitation and released a bloodthirsty energy. Perfected Immortal Xianxia is really a god. It's difficult to form a Golden Core. It's harder to form a Golden Core cultivator in a day than to go to the 9 heavens. Everyone looked at Xianxia with boundless adoration when they heard this, and they were like a true god that was full of flattery and not stingy with their praise. It's not all my credit. It's also because of little Yuan's hard work. On the other hand, Xianxia smiled faintly, his lips lightly touching the cup. Brother, I wouldn't be here today without you. However, Yuan Hongjue's face was filled with pride. He thanked Xianxia for giving him face and drank the cup in one gulp. At the same time, he reminded Shi Ruoxue, if you want to break through, you only need to serve young Master Xianxia well. Shi Ruoxue walked towards him with a wine glass in her hand. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Young Master, if you can help me, I'll be young Master Shin's woman from now on." Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of greed. He pinched her hand and laughed. "Today, come to my pavilion and dual cultivate with me. I'll help you reach the heavens." Everyone laughed. "Brother Shin, I've been stuck at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm for more than 3 years. When will you help me reach the late stage of the Golden Core realm and be called a perfected immortal? Of course, I can't dual cultivate with you." Hu Tenghai drank the wine and laughed loudly. "Damn, Brother Tenghai, if Brother Shin wants to eat you, he'll have to have a good appetite." Everyone laughed and drank the wine. The entire pavilion was jubilant. Shi Ruoxue and the other female cultivators tried to please Xianxia, which made the party even more charming. At this moment, a man with an ethereal temperament, like a celestial being that had descended to the mortal world, sighed faintly and said, "We still have to work hard and cultivate diligently. I heard that Long Xingnan from the Hailan world has already formed her nascent soul after 3 years of seclusion. She's not even 30 years old, but she's already on the God of War list in the ruins of immortality. She's much stronger than us. I heard that she's now the elder of the Dragon Gate. Her disciples must be at least at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm and above." The one who spoke was Huangfu Pingtian, the son of the Lord of the 4th-level dimensional world under the Jade Lake. He was also a young general in the expedition army. He was in charge of intelligence and assassination. Although he was only at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, he was fast and proficient in assassination and ambushing. It was said that he was the one who killed Jiang Haishan. Long Xingnan, nascent soul, God of War list in the ruins of immortality. These words were so shocking that everyone fell silent. Everyone was shocked and envious. They seemed to have sobered up a bit. They had heard about this woman too many times in the past few days. This woman was famous in the 2nd-level dimensional world, Hailan world. They didn't expect her to have already formed her nascent soul. It was really shocking. Yuan Hongjue, Zen Master Diren, Guang Kuan and the others were all descendants of famous sections. With the help of the overlords of the Jade Lake, their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. But after they truly understood the outside world, they knew that they were just frogs at the bottom of a well when compared to the real geniuses. They weren't worth mentioning at all. It was to the extent that even Shen Lang revealed a trace of envy and jealousy. But he quickly regained his calm. In the past, he was young and frivolous. He had once pursued Long Xingnan, but he was disgraced. Long Xingnan sent him flying 30 miles in the name of a spar. He was treated as a joke by everyone, and it was also the biggest regret in his life. Now, only Ding Lai and Bai Zhe are left. They are stubbornly defending the border city and the Demon Cave Mountain. I wonder what young Master Shen thinks? Huangfu Pingtian seemed to have noticed Shen Lang's displeasure. He didn't dare to talk about it anymore and quickly changed the topic. Who do the two of them think they are? Bai Zhe is only a demonic cultivator. He is already poisoned and can't fight anymore. Ding Lai is just at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. He is also like an ant trying to shake a tree. We just don't want to kill too many people. Otherwise, we would have flattened them long ago. We want to settle this matter peacefully. Shen Lang casually analyzed the current situation. He was imposing, his words were shocking, and his insight was unique. Everyone nodded their heads and agreed with him. As for Jiang Tian, they didn't mention him at all. As for the absolute beginning dominator, he is just an ant from Earth. He doesn't have any real skills. If I see him, I can kill him with one finger. After chatting for a long time, Shen Lang took a sip of the Thunderfire wine and casually commented, "That's right." Instantly, there was a chorus of agreement. Most of these people had already entered the Golden Core realm. The young talents of the Jade Lake had even reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm or the peak Golden Core realm. Some of them even had superior grade Golden Cores. At this moment, they wouldn't take Jiang Tian, a mere Foundation establishment overlord from Earth, seriously. Chapter 1311. Now, the news had spread that Bai Zhe had been tricked and controlled by Jiang Tian using the Starcrest feathered garment. If it wasn't for Bai Zhe, how could Jiang Tian, who was merely at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, be a match for Yuan Zihua, Kun Ling, and Monk Kuhai? When Bai Zhe appeared with tens of thousands of demon cultivators, Yuan Zihua and the other two didn't have the courage to fight with Jiang Tian. They bowed and surrendered. Along the way, even Jiang Tian's killing of Li Longyuan was either intentionally or unintentionally ignored, or it was still thought to be an opportunistic act. In their eyes, Jiang Tian was just a swindling clown who couldn't withstand a single blow. Compared to these geniuses, Kong Teichu is nothing. He's not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Shi Ruoxue shook her head with a look of disdain. Then she showed a bit of anger and thought, what a pity. It's a pity that Jiang Taichu has already fled back to Earth with his tail between his legs. If he were here, I would have already avenged my father. At this time, a maid in a palace dress suddenly walked in and spoke with her divine sense. Shen Lang stood up, scanned the surroundings and said seriously, "Miss Long Yanan is here. Let's go and welcome her. Remember, be careful with your words and actions and be 10 times more respectful. Otherwise, I won't be polite." When Long Yanan walked in, her peerless appearance, noble and reserved manner immediately subdued everyone. She was like a royal princess patrolling the place, making the beautiful female cultivators and maids look like fireflies. They couldn't compete with the sun and moon. She's indeed the true dragon goddess of the Hailan world. We can only look up to her. Yuan Hongjue's eyes widened as he exclaimed. As the descendant of Yuan Zihua and the leader of the new era in Star World, he had seen many beautiful female cultivators and had a good eye for beauty. However, this was the first time he had seen someone as radiant and beautiful as Long Yanan. The dragon clan was known as the true dragon raised by the ancient gods and was superior to ordinary dragons. Her beauty was unparalleled. Shen Lang greets Fairy Yanan. "Today, I can die without regrets after seeing Fairy Yanan's heavenly beauty." Shen Lang raised his cup in invitation, looking very humble. Shen Lang's and Long Yanan's cultivations were on par with each other. In fact, Shen Lang was even slightly higher than Long Yanan. However, Long Yanan came from a grade 2-dimensional world. Her background was monstrous and her reliance was enormous. She was not someone that Shen Lang could compare to. Elder brother Shen is right. Fairy Yanan is truly peerless and gorgeous. No one in Star World can compare to her. That's where you're wrong. Not to mention a remote place like Heavenly Star, even in the Jade Pool, Hailan, and many other worlds, how many people can compare? Many young geniuses cheered, and it was like a loser meeting a goddess, causing Shi Ruoxue and the other female cultivators to feel jealous in their hearts. "Greetings, fellow Daoists. You flatter me." Long Yanan smiled reservedly. She was charming and gorgeous, radiant and dazzling. However, it was as if there were needles pricking her back. She had to suffer in silence, unable to voice out her bitterness. She had been held hostage by Jiang Tian and was like a piece of meat under his knife. Jiang Tian didn't kill her for now. He just wanted to use her to attract more experts. In the end, he would brazenly draw his blade and kill all of them. However, who knew when Jiang Tian would be unhappy and kill her? She had carefully considered Jiang Tian's strength. He should be at the late-stage Golden Core realm or even the perfected stage. He wasn't invincible in Stellar Sky domain. However, the old servant behind him was at the nascent Soul realm. That big black dog was also unfathomable. This made things difficult. "Sister Yanan, come. Please take a seat. Let me introduce you to the elites from all walks of life." Huang Fu Pingtian held his wine cup and welcomed her with a face full of joy. Even Shen Lang took the initiative to give up the seat of honor. He was very respectful and didn't dare to neglect or act rashly. "Senior, please take a seat." Unexpectedly, Long Yanan didn't take a seat. Instead, she bowed respectfully to Jiang Tian and let Jiang Tian take a seat first. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other awkwardly. Jiang Tian used the secret art of the chaotic divine body to suppress his cultivation to the foundation-building realm. His aura didn't leak out at all. They couldn't see through Jiang Tian's real cultivation. Everyone guessed that he should be Long Yanan's follower. However, why was Long Yanan so respectful to him? "Girl, are you deliberately reminding them to be wary of me? If you don't want your divine soul to be destroyed, you'd better not act recklessly." Suddenly, there was a roar in Long Yanan's mind. She didn't know when, but a soul-devouring divine sense turned into an indomitable god-fiend. It looked down at her divine soul and threatened her with a thunderous voice. "Yes, I understand." Long Yanan's divine soul trembled. She didn't expect Jiang Tian to see through her, but there was nothing she could do. Her face was pale. She lowered her head and didn't dare to say anything else. "You guys come too." Jiang Tian smiled faintly and found a seat casually. He then asked Patriarch Shenlong and the big black dog to join him. Seeing this, everyone was stunned again. Of course, they were full of respect and fear for Long Yanan. At the same time, they also thought more highly of Jiang Tian. However, Jiang Tian now asked a servant and even a dog to join him. This made them a little unhappy. They were young talents after all. They were heroes with noble identities and high positions. Their cultivations were powerful. It was fine for them to sit with a servant, but how could they sit with a dog? Was this a slap in the face? Everyone held back their displeasure and sat down while pinching their noses. Their faces didn't look good. Hu Tsunghai revealed a meaningful look and said in a mocking tone, "Fairy Yanan, you are the famous successor of the Dragon Gate. How can your servant's cultivation be so low? He is only at the early stage of the foundation establishment stage? He is so weak. How can you use him? How can he take on the great responsibility of protecting you?" Long Yanan no longer dared to hint at Jiang Tian's identity. She just sneered coldly and said, "That's right. You don't have to worry about who I use. What right do you have to interfere? You should know your own identity." Hu Tsunghai was scolded in front of his face like this. He was embarrassed to the extreme. His face turned red and he laughed embarrassedly. "Fairy Yanan, I am reminding you out of good intentions. After all, we haven't completely occupied this world. There are still remnants of the heavenly god sect causing trouble everywhere. It is best for Fairy to bring a few more reliable followers to be absolutely safe." "That's enough, Tsunghai." Shen Lang chuckled as he replied, "Fairy Yanan is at the late stage of the gold core stage. She is even stronger than you. In Star World, she can do whatever she wants. Does she still need any followers or guards? Don't talk nonsense and disturb her mood. Come, let us toast together and welcome the arrival of Fairy Yanan." At this time, Long Yanan only showed a slight smile in front of Shen Lang. She raised her cup and said, "Elder Brother Shen's achievements today are not simple. I have neglected you." She only opened her red lips slightly and took a sip. Shen Lang hurriedly raised his cup with both hands and drank it in one gulp. He smiled humbly and said, "Fairy Yanan, you flatter me. This little achievement is not worth mentioning." He deliberated his tone and said, "Inviting Fairy Yanan over is not only the intention of me and the Duanmu family, but also the intention of Heavenly Dao Sect's Zongzi, Chen Liuha." He spoke with fervor and assurance. Heavenly Star originally belonged to the Dragon Gate world. At the end of the day, it belongs to the Below Sea world and the Dragon Gate. However, not only did the Dragon Gate world not listen to orders and sent troops to take over this world, they even started a war with the Below Sea world. The Below Sea world is too far away to help, so our Jade Lake world will lend a hand. Once we take over Earth and fulfill the long-cherished wish of His Majesty, the Ruins Emperor, it will be a great achievement. It will shock the world and bring us great benefits. When the time comes, our Jade Lake and the Below Sea world will split the credit equally. What do you think, Fairy Yanan? So, you guys are behind this? At this moment, Jiang Tian glanced at Long Yanan with a half-smile, scaring Long Yanan so much that her delicate body trembled slightly. Patriarch True Dragon already had a look of worry on his face. The Dragon Gate world was his homeland, and his descendants were there. Was it already in the flames of war? Long Yanan's eyes struggled, but in the end, she smiled faintly and said with difficulty, "How to split the credit? Everything can be discussed. However, taking over Earth might not be as easy as you think, right? After all, that's the mother planet of the multidimensional worlds. I heard that many powerhouses have appeared. How can there be any powerhouses on Earth? They're all insignificant characters, like ants." Yuan Hongjue showed a look of disdain and said disdainfully, "Earth has already exhausted its spirit qi and has become a dead planet. It doesn't have the external conditions to produce powerhouses at all. Back then, my ancestor Yuan Tiangang could be called the Grand Preceptor when he came to this world. He could even make the Emperor of the Tang dynasty bow his head. Previously, there was someone called Kong Teichu who invaded this world. He was only at the foundation establishment stage and the golden core stage. He was only at the early stage of the golden core stage. Daoist Guang Kuan also said disdainfully, he didn't have much strength at all. He was just fishing for fame. He was only at the foundation establishment stage and relied on all kinds of heaven-defying medicines such as the explosive energy pill to forcefully increase his cultivation. Later, he used despicable means to control Bai Zhe with the star crown feather coat. That was how he suppressed many powerhouses and became the ruler. Everyone nodded in agreement. He's only at the first level of the foundation establishment stage, and he has the nerve to call himself the ruler. How shameless! I can crush such a weakling with one hand. Hu Canghai's face was gloomy as he mocked. I heard that he's handsome and has delicate features. If he dares to come, I won't be willing to kill him. I'll take him as a boy toy and pamper him. Ha! No wonder you don't like me. It turns out that we have different interests. Everyone was complacent as they mocked and chuckled. If it wasn't for the presence of Long Yanin, who had a noble status, everyone would have laughed out loud. The big black dog stared at everyone without saying a word. His eyes were greedy, and saliva flowed out of his mouth. Today I can eat a golden core again, but this time I have to control it. I can't eat it raw. I have to let Master refine it into a spirit pill to taste better. You've gone too far. Ancestral Patriarch Zhenlong was so angry that his teeth chattered. He was about to explode. But at this time, Long Yanin suddenly stood up and slapped Hu Canghai's face. Chapter 1312. Miss Long. Hu Canghai was sent flying more than 10 meters away and rolled on the ground. He covered his face and was at a loss. I've long disliked you. Long Yanin frowned and shouted angrily. If Kong Teichu is really not capable, how could he defeat Li Long Yuan? How can he be safe and sound after taking the explosive Yuan pill again and again? A foundation establishment cultivator is a weakling and you can crush him with your bare hands? My guard is also a foundation establishment cultivator. Are you scolding him? Apologize to him quickly. At this moment, she was scared out of her wits. Kong Teichu was right beside her. Why couldn't they recognize him? His cultivation level should be comparable to a late-stage golden core cultivator, and he killed Duanmu Ci with a finger. Jiang Tian's strength was terrifyingly powerful, and his attacks were ruthless and merciless. It already made Long Yanin's heart alarmed to the extreme. Senior, these juniors don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They have repeatedly spoken arrogantly and acted insolently. Please forgive them for offending you. After beating him up, Long Yanin immediately bowed to Jiang Tian with cupped fists and apologized solemnly. Looking at Long Yanin's panicked expression, everyone looked at each other in confusion. This foundation establishment cultivator is only your follower and is extremely ordinary. Do you have to give him face? Perhaps this foundation establishment cultivator has done Long Yanin a great favor before. Is she trying to repay him? Shen Lang was also confused. Maybe he's her pet. Shi Ruoshue's beautiful eyes darted around and found Jiang Tian very handsome. Jiang Tian nodded with a faint smile. Long Yanin's back was already drenched before she dared to sit down. At this moment, a commotion was heard. Someone sent a voice transmission with their spirit consciousness. Seniors Kuan Ling, Ku Hai, and Yuan Zihua are here. They saw. Streaks of divine light that pierced through heaven and earth flew over. The aura of nascent soul cultivators soared into the sky like raging waves and spread in all directions. They have indeed entered the nascent soul realm. Alas, we don't even have a chance to resist. The crowd suddenly felt suffocated. Many people, except for the Jade Lake's powerhouses, were frightened and anxious. At this moment, the entire tower in the clouds fell silent. None of the cultivators present dared to utter a single word. Kuan Ling, Ku Hai, and Yuan Zihua landed on a floating pavilion outside the building and stood proudly. Immediately, a terrifying amount of energy exuded naturally and engulfed all 9 heavens and all 10 hells. It was 100 times stronger than before. Every single move they made seemed to be in harmony with the Grand Tao, and they possessed copious and irresistible energy of the heavens and the earth as they looked down upon all the experts in the world. Thank you, fellow Daoists, for attending this peace gathering. This old monk greets you. Zen Master Bittersea's body was massive as he emitted a resplendent Buddhistic glow. He looked like a golden bodhisattva as he pressed his palms together and said with a benevolent expression, "Today, cultivators are gathered here to sign the armistice agreement with the Jade Lake world. Then we will attack those stubborn Bai Zhe and Ding Lai together." Yuan Zihua also spoke. His face was still lean and handsome, and he wore a loose robe with large sleeves. His aura was otherworldly and he spoke coldly. "After all, we are a high and mighty world. How can we submit to that ant from Earth, Kong Teichu? Kong Teichu is just a person who fishes for fame. Compared to the Jade Lake world's powerhouses, one is the sky and the other is the earth. As you can see, I am already at the nascent soul realm. The Jade Lake's powerhouses helped me break through the bottleneck of a few hundred years. Below the stage, many cultivators were dead silent. They gritted their teeth and their eyes were filled with anger, but they did not dare to say anything. Yes, the Jade Lake's powerhouses might be stronger than Kong Teichu. However, Kong Teichu did not invade or enslave Heavenly Star. Instead, he gave Heavenly Star sufficient power and even helped Heavenly Star develop. However, Jade Lake was different. They treated Heavenly Star's race like pigs and dogs, slaughtering them wantonly regardless of the reason. The Jade Lake's powerhouses announced that anyone who wanted to cultivate had to obtain the Jade Lake's permission. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. This was equivalent to cutting off the possibility of Star World's self-development. Only Yuan Zihua and a small group of cultivators were left to act as their lackeys, loyal and devoted, ensuring that their world would be stable forever. Now, they wanted everyone to stop fighting, sign a divine soul contract, and submit to the Jade Lake. This was equivalent to handing over their great world. The few of us old fogies have advised you earnestly and kindly for the future of Heavenly Star Domain. I hope that everyone will give us some face. Patriarch Kuan Ling flaunted his seniority. Then, his voice turned cold, revealing his murderous intent as he said fiercely, "However, if you don't give me face, then you will be seen as the remnants of the Heavenly God sect, and everyone has the right to kill you. Don't worry, in my eyes, you are just mere ants. No one can escape." The entire place was dead silent. An old cultivator with white hair and hot tears in his eyes murmured sorrowfully, "We are meat on the chopping block. What can we do about it? Uncles, sign it. Otherwise, we will only die. This is the Jade Lake dimension. We are facing a nascent soul powerhouse." Someone sighed helplessly and said in despair. However, at this moment, a cold and sorrowful voice resounded throughout the entire building, reverberating through the entire Wild Wave City. "You see others as ants, but don't you know that in my eyes, you nascent soul and golden core realm cultivators are also ants? I can kill you with a raise of my hand. The enemy has invaded. As the legendary big shots of this world, you have the responsibility to protect your homeland. You should take the lead and fight to the death with the enemy. You cannot take a step back. What about you? Just for your own selfish interests, you are willing to hand over the foundation of your ancestors to others and become lackeys and slaves. You're still so complacent, bullying your own people, acting like a tyrant in your own nest, and calling yourself an ancestor. How shameless! More importantly, all three of you have inherited your cultivation from the Heavenly God sect. Bai Zhe is your master, and as the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. You actually dared to attack your master. You are worse than beasts. The voice was as cold as a knife and was like a cold wind from the depths of hell. It froze the world and made people's hearts tremble. Many cultivators looked at the sky and in the direction of the roof. They were terrified and said in a trembling voice, "Who dares to mock the three old monsters like this? They are rebelling and trying to poke a hole in the sky. Don't they know that Duanmu Ting is in Wild Wave City and tens of thousands of cultivators are waiting? He's simply courting death. He's courting death. There are golden core overlords upstairs. Countless people clicked their tongues in amazement, wondering if they were hallucinating. However, even more cultivators were extremely excited. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they clenched their fists and shouted, "Well said! This is so satisfying. These old bastards are shameless. They have forgotten who they are after being dogs for Jade Lake for a few days." It could be said that they had been bullied badly by Wang Lin and the other powerhouses. Their cultivation techniques and cultivation resources were stolen, and some of their fellow disciples were even killed. In fact, Wang Lin and the other two even had thoughts of killing all of them. They only wanted to use them as cannon fodder and let them fight amongst themselves with Bai Zhe and Ding Lai. They could not resist the power of Wang Lin and the other two new nascent soul cultivators and were at the mercy of others. They had suffered too much injustice. At this time, Jiang Tian had said all the things that they didn't dare to say. How could they not feel delighted and delighted? Wang Lin and the other two exchanged glances and revealed angry expressions. However, they did not attack rashly. "This is strange." The voice came from Star-Picking Pavilion. "However, everyone in the pavilion is our direct descendant and esteemed guests of Jade Lake." Why would they say such things? Hurry and check what's going on. How dare they disrupt the gathering? Aren't they undermining us? Seniors, please forgive us. At that moment, Supervisor Jean was flustered and sent a voice transmission with a trembling voice. "It's been investigated. It's the follower of Long Yanan, the successor of the Dragon Gate of Sea Billow World. Perhaps he was drunk and spoke arrogantly. Senior, don't worry. I've already activated the soundproof array. There won't be any more accidents." "Oh, so it's the Dragon Gate. The powerhouses on the hero's roll are all there. I don't think there will be any accidents. Let's continue." Yuan Zihua and the other two exchanged glances and were relieved. Yuan Zihua forced a smile and scanned the crowd. Just now, a friend drank too much and was joking with everyone. Please don't take it to heart. In the cultivation world, the strong are respected and the weak are ants. We only respect strength. Bai Zhe is just a demonic beast with the strength of a nascent soul cultivator. To put it bluntly, it's just a beast. How can it be superior to you and me? In the Heavenly Star Pavilion, everyone's expressions had turned ugly. The atmosphere was also very strange. There was even a cold, murderous intent in the air. Even the air had become heavy and austere. Hu Songhai slammed the table and was the first to speak. "Fairy Yanan, your follower is too insensible. He let this big black dog in. He didn't follow the rules and didn't differentiate between the seniors and the juniors. It's fine if he treats us as nothing. After all, it's just a small matter and not a big deal. We'll give you face and let it go." But the three nascent soul cultivators are now threatening and tempting the Heavenly Star cultivators. This is related to the success or failure of our 100-year-old plan. It's related to whether we can smoothly take over the billions of territories of the Heavenly Star domain. How can we let a mere foundation-building follower interfere? Everyone here is a Golden Core Realm expert, a big shot of a region, in existence on the hero ranking. A mere servant like him dares to speak irresponsibly and spout such nonsense. He truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. At this moment, Shen Lang, Huangfu Pingtian, Yuan Hongjue, and the other geniuses and juniors were all frowning and examining Jiang Tian. They had already sensed something fishy. Who is he exactly? Where is he from? Everyone was puzzled. This person was called a follower, but Long Yanan accompanied him so carefully and treated him with such respect. No, this was no longer respect, but fear and apprehension. This was too abnormal. Could it be that he wasn't Long Yanan's follower at all, wasn't everyone's friend, but everyone's mortal enemy? Chapter 1313. Long Yanan remained calm as if she didn't hear Hu Songhai's question. She picked up the cup with her slender hand and sipped the tea with her red lips. She said lightly, "I don't care what he does." Everyone glared angrily at Jiang Tian. Those old guys outside also said that we don't care about seniority and rules. We only care about strength, right? Jiang Tian's face was calm as he smiled and said, In my opinion, it's an honor for me to talk to you and comment on the war in this world. It's also an honor for Tianxing and Jade Lake. Who do you think you are, Hu Songhai? You're just a golden core cultivator, a pig or a dog. Why are you barking here and not letting me speak? Everyone could hardly believe their ears. You're just a foundation establishment cultivator. How dare you mock a golden core cultivator as a pig or a dog? Do you want to die? How dare you call me a dog? I'm only showing you some respect because you're Miss Long's follower. If I don't respect you, you're just a foundation establishment weakling. I can turn you into meat paste with one hand. Hu Songhai was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He shouted angrily, and sparks flew from the friction between his sharp teeth. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Tian into pieces and eat him alive. He shouted angrily, and the pressure of a golden core cultivator spread in all directions. His thick true essence was like a stormy sea, vast and boundless. Suddenly, the whole attic was whistling and cracking sounds were heard. If it weren't for the magic power flickering on the floor and walls, the attic would have been torn to pieces. Hu Songhai was so powerful that many of the foundation establishment and chi refinement level maids could not withstand it and staggered backward. Even if they mobilized their true essence, they couldn't resist. But this time, Long Yanan was uncharacteristically calm and didn't speak up for Jiang Tian. Shen Lang sensed a trace of abnormality. He asked Long Yanan again with his divine sense but didn't get a reply. He couldn't help but be more suspicious. Finally, his eyes flashed and he said lightly, "Fairy Yanan, your follower insulted the powerhouses of Jade Lake. If we don't teach him a lesson, how can we show our face? If you can teach him a lesson, then go ahead. I've said it before, what he does has nothing to do with me, and I can't do anything about it." Long Yanan giggled as a sly look flashed across her eyes, revealing her shiny sharp canine teeth. If Jiang Tian hadn't fought with them, if there hadn't been chaos, how could she have taken the opportunity to escape? She would have completely become a little white rabbit in Jiang Tian's hands. Now that the three nascent soul eccentrics had arrived, she believed that the possibility of them suppressing Jiang Tian was very high. At the very least, they could create chaos and give him a chance to escape. Therefore, she couldn't wait for Jiang Tian to fight with them. Shen Lang was just testing the waters. If Long Yanan insisted on speaking up for Jiang Tian, he would not dare to provoke her. However, when he tried, he found that Long Yanan seemed to be estranged from this follower. She even hoped that he would attack this follower. In addition, Supervisor Jean had reported that Duan Muxi could not be contacted. He already felt that something was wrong. However, until now, he still hadn't connected Jiang Tian with the Taichu Dominator. He only thought that Jiang Tian was a cultivator from Heavenly Star who had come to stir up trouble. Teach me a lesson? Jiang Tian glanced at everyone with a smile and said, "Hurry up and attack. Everyone, hurry up and make your move. I can't wait to twist your heads off and kick them around like balls. This guy doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." If I didn't know that he was Miss Long's follower, I would have thought that Chen Liuhe was here. Even Chen Liuhe wouldn't dare to fight with so many golden core perfected immortals at the same time. Why don't you think about who's behind them? Many people gasped, some shook their heads and sighed, some were dumbfounded, and some were gloating. At this time, everyone was looking at Jiang Tian as if they were looking at a dead man. Among them were the heirs of the three nascent soul eccentrics in Heavenly Star, the son of the Dominator and the heir of the Heavenly Lord families. Jiang Tian's words were equivalent to declaring war on Heavenly Star and the Jade Lake. He was so arrogant that there was no end to it. He's digging his own grave. He can't even defeat a weak girl like me, let alone the other elites. Even Shi Ruoxue was full of sarcasm. After all, she had entered the golden core level, while Jiang Tian was just an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He couldn't withstand a single blow. At this time, Shen Lang, Huangfu Pingtian, Yuan Hongjue, Guang Kuan and Zen Master Diren all looked gloomy and murderous. "Great. Kid, you said that you only talked about strength and treated me like a dog. Let me see how good you are." Hu Songhai roared as he leaped up like a ferocious tiger leaping out of the mountains, punching out from above. This punch was like a missile. Dragon rhino patterns appeared on his arm and fist. This was the result of the bloodline awakening and was extremely powerful. His dantian rumbled and his golden core trembled. Violent true essence surged out and formed a 5-meter dragon rhino shadow. Its curved horns were like peerless heavenly swords, as if they could tear the sky apart and smash mountains into pieces. Although this building was dozens of meters tall and extremely spacious, at this moment, the vast fist force and violent dermic powers filled the entire building and tore the void apart. At this moment, the sky changed color as if the sun and the moon were upside down. The fist was as heavy as a mountain and it smashed towards Jiang Tian's face. Being affected, the numerous talisman formations in the entire pavilion were activated and flickered indeterminately, emitting boundless radiance that illuminated the entire pavilion. He's definitely going to die. Brother Songhai's punch is enough to kill an early-stage golden core cultivator. How can he withstand it? Yuan Hongjue and the others were full of mockery. No matter where Jiang Tian came from, he didn't come with good intentions. However, a mere foundation establishment cultivator dared to enter the tiger's den. He was courting death. Chen Lang's eyelids drooped as he raised the white jade wine jug and poured the sparkling and translucent wine into his cup. The outcome was obvious, and he couldn't be bothered to take another look. True dragon, kill him, Jiang Tian said. The stooped true dragon ancestor, whose eyes were cloudy and aged, suddenly stood up. At this moment, ancestral patriarch True Dragon's energy rose rapidly from the foundation establishment cultivator to the golden core cultivator and then to the nascent soul cultivator. He was like a peerless heavenly sword that had suddenly been unsheathed, revealing its sharpness and ghastly killing intent. Oh no! At this moment, everyone present was shocked, and their hearts were filled with warning signs. Hu Songhai's eyes almost popped out. Before the fist chi and dharma power completely exploded, he retreated in the air. But it was too late. Ancestral patriarch True Dragon grabbed and destroyed Hu Songhai's indestructible dharma power. His body was torn apart and the blood-stained golden core jumped out of his dantian and flew into ancestral patriarch True Dragon's hand. Plop! A cloud of blood sprayed out and filled the air. Hu Songhai fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Even his divine soul had been captured by ancestral patriarch True Dragon. Ancestral patriarch True Dragon threw the golden core to the black dog. Then he swung his palm and slapped down on Hu Songhai's body without holding back. Bang! With a muffled sound, the star-picking pavilion shook violently as if it were about to collapse. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Hu Songhai's body exploded. Blood and broken bones splashed everywhere and even his divine soul disappeared. What? Everyone was dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe it and cold sweat ran down their backs. Hu Songhai, the #1 valiant general of the Right Army, was slapped to death by an unknown old servant dressed in cyan? Was the heir of one of the 4 heavenly lord families of the Jade Lake and a golden core overlord who was ranked 15th on the Tianxing elite's roll so useless? At this moment, even Huangfu Pingtian and Yuan Hongjue were speechless. Even Xin Lang, who had been drinking calmly, became serious. As for Shi Ruoxue, she was a female cultivator and her face turned pale. She screamed and her body trembled. How dare you? How dare you kill someone here? For you. Shen Lang slowly put down the wine cup, and his gaze was cold like steel needles as he stared at Jiang Tiandao. You don't have the right to know who I am. Everyone here will die today. Jiang Tian's expression was calm, and his tone was neither warm nor angry, as if he could really control everyone's life and death. Very well. Shen Lang was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were filled with black light and a dharma form appeared behind him. It was a 1,000-tailed black fox. This black fox had 1,000 tails and was like a Buddha with 1,000 hands. Its energy filled the entire hall as if it were going to crack the air. The bloodline of the 1,000-tailed black fox. The Jade Lake was a place where humans and monsters lived. He had the pure bloodline of the 1,000-tailed black fox and could form a superior-grade golden core. Right now, he revealed his Dharma projection. He was already furious to the extreme. He planned to use all of his strength to kill Jiang Tian and the true dragon. Brother Xin, you don't have to do it yourself. I'll kill him. Yuan Hongjue stepped forward and said lightly. Yuan Hongjue, Yuan Zihua and the entire Yuan family were able to become stronger because of the help of Xin Lang and the overlords of the Jade Lake. He still hoped to enter a higher-level world or even the ruins of deity, so he had to rely on Xin Lang. You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. Do you still want to fight with me? Jiang Tian was calmly sipping his tea. His face was full of disdain and mockery, and he didn't even bat an eyelid. Chapter 13-14. Cultivators don't rely on external objects or the help of other cultivators. Relying on others is ultimately unorthodox. If you have the guts and the ability, don't rely on the evil servant. Give me the next chance to learn from you. Yuan Hongjue snorted arrogantly. Everyone's eyes lit up as they sighed inwardly at Yuan Hongjue's crafty nature. Jiang Tian, who had stirred up trouble today, was unforgivable. However, the green-robed old servant was obviously the stronger one. In their opinion, Jiang Tian's cultivation was not very strong, and he would be easy to take down. Yuan Hongjue had not only taken down a pushover, but he had also made a great contribution and would be highly regarded by Xin Lang and the other Jade Lake cultivators. Sure. Jiang Tian's eyes were filled with mockery. Swish. As soon as Yuan Hongjue attacked, 8,000 thin flying swords appeared. These flying swords were extremely small and as thin as silver scales, but they were densely packed and innumerable. Many flying swords grew larger in the wind and flew toward Jiang Tian, giving him a feeling that he could not dodge. Interesting. Didn't I comprehend this from my 10,000 swords attack? Although I didn't master the essence of it, it is somewhat similar. Jiang Tian laughed loudly. Suddenly, he stomped the ground and spat out a word. Seal. Boom. In an instant, Yuan Hongjue felt that the air had frozen. With Jiang Tian as the center, all the primordial qi within 1,000 meters of him had turned into an iron plate. He felt as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. No, to be exact, it was more like he was being pressed down by a vast continent, and he couldn't even move a finger. The thousands of flying swords that he had released were like a basin of water that had been splashed in the air. They were motionless like statues, and they couldn't even cut off a strand of hair on Jiang Tian's head, let alone kill him. It was actually his sword qi that shot into the sky that had been completely restrained by the restricted area, and it was unable to utilize even the slightest bit of destructive force. You are a nascent soul cultivator. How is this possible? Yuan Hongjue was horrified and thought in his mind. Swish. In the dead silence, an almost inaudible sharp sound reverberated in his mind. Yuan Hongjue noticed that the scenery that had been fixed in place suddenly moved. No, it was more accurate to say that his brain moved. As the world spun, he saw billowing waves of blood spurting out of his headless corpse's neck. Then he saw Jiang Tian grab his blood-stained golden core and throw it to the big black dog. There's actually such a young nascent soul stage cultivator in this world. Who could it be? Yuan Hongjue's heart was still filled with shock and bewilderment, and he didn't even have the time to feel regret and despair before his vision turned black, and he fell into eternal silence. He used Forbidden Domain. I also felt like I was frozen. Heavens, he's actually a nascent soul cultivator. When Jiang Tian's restricted area dispersed, everyone finally recovered their freedom, but all of them were drenched in cold sweat, anxious, and fearful. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse. When Jiang Tian attacked, it was a forbidden area. Only nascent soul stage cultivators could use this forbidden domain. That was enough to stun everyone. At this moment, they didn't dare to underestimate Jiang Tian at all. Instead, they panicked and were filled with fear and disbelief. In fact, Yuan Hongjue, who was killed by Jiang Tian, was even weaker than Hu Canghai. However, the shock brought about by this battle was even more terrifying. The reason was simple. Jiang Tian had used the Forbidden Domain, which was the symbol of a nascent soul stage heavenly lord. Everyone's hearts trembled violently and cold sweat flowed down their backs. They felt that they were extremely unlucky to have encountered such an overlord. At this moment, not to mention Diren, Guang Kuan, Shi Ruoxue, even Huangfu Pingtian was frightened. He's so powerful. Evil. Shen Lang's expression could not help but become unprecedentedly solemn as he sized up Jiang Tian with a trace of caution. No, he's still a golden core cultivator. It can't be fake. However, he should have some kind of secret confinement technique. With the power of control, he can forcefully simulate the power of the forbidden domain. He carefully recalled the feeling of confinement brought about by Jiang Tian. Finally, he shook his head decisively. His face became contemptuous again, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Some talented golden core stage cultivators could also use the power of space. However, they could only control a radius of tens of meters, as if it was in the palm of their hand. That was why it was called control. Indeed, Jiang Tian's forbidden domain was different from ordinary forbidden domains. However, it wasn't a low-level control like he thought. It was a domain of a higher level. However, Shen Lang was extremely talented and had an unparalleled bloodline. Since he made his debut, his name had shaken the Jade Lake world. At such a young age, he had achieved great fame. He had even created a forbidden technique that allowed him to escape from a nascent soul stage expert's forbidden domain when he was sparring with a nascent soul stage cultivator. After coming to the Stellar Sky domain, he had been unstoppable and had never been defeated. It was easy for him to destroy cities and countries. He came to the Stellar Sky domain with a sense of superiority. It was like how white people looked at black people. No, it was like how humans looked at kittens and puppies. He didn't care about anyone at all. If he was scared and didn't dare to fight again just because Jiang Tian killed Yuan Hongjue, then he wouldn't be Shen Lang. He wouldn't be a true disciple of a heavenly monarch family. I didn't expect that in the Stellar Sky domain, there would be a golden core perfected immortal other than Kuan Ling and Ku Hai. Unfortunately, you have offended me today. You are destined to die here. Shen Lang pushed away the cup and plate, stood up, and took a step forward, closing in on Jiang Tian. His eyes were black like sharp swords. His essence chi boiled and turned into a thousand-tailed black fox law phase that was tens of meters tall. Its many tails swept across the sky, as if it wanted to tear Jiang Tian into pieces. This pavilion was very tall and wide. It was tens of meters tall, and it was originally very spacious. However, it was now filled with the thousand-tailed black fox law phase. Jiang Tian seemed extremely small and insignificant in the face of this majestic and tall Dharma idol. This guy is definitely going to die. Even if he can use the forbidden zone for a while, he won't be able to stop Brother Shen's thousand-tailed restriction-breaking technique. Those who were able to step into this pavilion were all experienced and knowledgeable people. They were all Golden Core Realm cultivators who were famous on the heroes ranking. Their eyes were extremely sharp, and many people had such thoughts in their minds. It could be said that unless a real nascent soul realm cultivator attacked, no one could block Shen Lang's law phase attack. No matter how strong Jiang Tian was, he was only a first-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator. How could he be a match for Shen Lang, who had mastered the forbidden breaking technique? You talk too much. Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered with this. He directly slapped out. Clang. This slap was like a continent pressing down, causing the essence chi in the air to explode. It was aimed at Shen Lang's head. What? Shen Lang was shocked. He felt a vast force of the forbidden zone freezing him and the essence chi around him. He couldn't use the thousand-tailed restriction-breaking technique at all. It was as if his tail was pinned in the air by invisible steel nails. He couldn't move at all. The tearing pain almost made him cry. Under this indestructible forbidden zone, he couldn't even move his little finger. He could only watch as the giant slap came down. This was because not only was he frozen by the forbidden zone, even Huangfu Pingtian was frozen. He couldn't help Shen Lang at all. With a loud bang, the indestructible thousand-tailed black fox shattered like a piece of paper. Shen Lang was slapped to the ground like a toad. Clang. A human-shaped hole appeared on the jade floor, which was engraved with many runes and talisman arrays and could withstand the attack of a golden core cultivator. Xianxia was slapped to the ground and broke through 99 floors. He was slammed from the top floor all the way to the bottom floor. He was dozens of meters underground. At this moment, many geniuses and prodigies in the pavilion opened their eyes wide. They looked at Jiang Tian as if they were looking at a devil. Xianxia was the only demon on the hero roll who had entered the top 10. His strength made many of the older Golden Core Realm cultivators look at him in a different light. But just like that, he had been crushed by this young man with an ordinary bloodline. Why did it feel like he was swatting a fly? It was so effortless. Could he be a nascent Soul Realm old monster? Long Yanan, Huangfu Pingtian, and the other experts on the heroes list narrowed their eyes when they saw this. They were the only ones who could feel the terrifying power of Jiang Tian's Forbidden Zone. Under Jiang Tian's Forbidden Zone, even Huangfu Pingtian, who had the fastest movement technique, couldn't escape. Who is he? How could there be such a young expert in the stellar sky domain? Could he be an expert from the sea below world? Everyone was bewildered. However, after Jiang Tian's chaotic divine body was formed, his appearance changed again. He was as handsome as a god. Especially now, he deliberately created a head of white hair. It was silver and sparkling, which added a sense of vicissitudes and mysteriousness to him. They couldn't recognize him at all. A mere foundation establishment realm ant dares to speak rudely to my master. Now, do you understand who the ant is? The big black dog licked Yuan Hongjue's blood-stained golden core with his tongue as if he was licking ice cream. He said with a mocking expression. Big black dog. Zen Master Diren's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at Jiang Tian and said to Guang Kuan, "Didn't you notice that this person looks like the one who left 3 years ago? He was the personal disciple of Zen Master Shixiang and the current abbot of the Devil-Suppressing Temple." He had seen Jiang Tian from afar on Qingqiu Mountain. Now, he felt like he had seen him before. Could it be him? Kongfu. Hearing this, Guang Kuan was also shocked. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched as if he was facing a great enemy. His face turned ugly. Chapter 13-15. Back then, almost all of the giant sword sex experts had been killed by Jiang Tian, leaving a deep scar in his heart. If not for his ancestor, Patriarch Kuan Ling, and Jiang Tian's mercy, the giant sword sect would have been wiped off the face of the earth. At the time, Jiang Tian had led 100,000-strong army of demons, blotting out the sun and suppressing Qingqiu Mountain. That peerless grace and invincible dominance still left him shuddering, suffocating, and unable to eat or sleep in peace when he recalled it. It can't be him. Guang Kuan clenched his fists and made up his mind. He was only at the early-stage foundation establishment realm back then. It hasn't even been 3 years since then. How can he reach the Golden Core realm and even have the battle power of a nascent soul realm cultivator? This is impossible. In fact, not only him, but everyone in the stellar sky domain who knew Jiang Tian felt that it was impossible. This cultivation speed was too fast. Even if they were extremely talented and had the support of the Jade Lake world, they could not reach this speed. Rumble. The moment Jiang Tian slapped Xianxia, the entire inn in the clouds shook violently as if it was going to fall apart. Everything within a 10-mile radius was shaking. Xianxia was slapped down. How can this be? He's the 10th on the hero roll. Who did it? At this moment, the cultivators on the various levels of the inn in the clouds and the surrounding floating lofts were all shocked. They all looked in the direction of the Zhai Xing Lu. Good. The absolute primordium sovereign has finally made his move. He knocked Xianxia down with a single slap. What powerful strength! The sovereign is indeed the sovereign. Our stellar sky domain is saved. Chen Feihong, Zhao Hongtian, and the other stellar sky domain cultivators who had met Jiang Tian before looked at each other. They clenched their fists again and looked excited. However, they did not dare to make a fuss. Rumble. The ground shook like the skin of a drum. Everything within a 10-mile radius was shaking. Suddenly, a huge hall 10 miles away from the inn in the clouds collapsed. Rocks flew into the air and shot in all directions. A huge pit with a radius of 1 mile appeared on the ground. An earth-shattering black rainbow shot into the sky from the entrance of the cave. The black ray of light shot out like a soaring dragon, dragging a long tail behind it. In an instant, it broke through the clouds and shot to the same level as the top floor of the tower in the clouds, revealing Xinlang's figure. However, Xinlang was currently in a miserable state. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood, but his aura and murderous intent were even stronger. "Bastard, how dare you attack me? Come out and fight me!" His dantian trembled and roared, completely activating his hidden bloodline. The Dharma form of the thousand-tailed black fox, which was 1,000 meters tall, burst out. Its huge tails danced in the air like dragons, and its vertical pupils were demonic and terrifying. At this very moment, when Zen Master Bitter C saw this, he frowned and sent a voice transmission with his spiritual perception. "Shui Xin, Manager Jean, what happened at Star Picking Tower?" Shenlang's gaze was extremely venomous. He was fuming as he stared fixedly at the Zhai Xing Pavilion and did not reply. Supervisor Jean sent a message with his divine sense, filled with terror. "3 old monsters, this is bad." Long Yanan brought a follower and killed the 2 heroes, Hutsonghai and Yuan Hongjue. At this moment, he used a sealing power to seal the entire pavilion. "We can't enter, and neither can our spiritual perception." "What? Long Yanan brought someone here? What does she mean? She wanted to form an alliance and support us. Why did she attack us?" Hearing this, Zen Master Bitter C and Patriarch Kunling were both shocked and furious, but they did not dare to act rashly. Long Yanan had a noble status and held a high position. She was the daughter of the Dragon Sect Master of the Billow World. Her sister was the famous Long Shingen. She was powerful and extremely talented. She was listed on the God of War list and had many friends in the ruins of immortality and many followers. Therefore, with Long Yanan's background, even Duanmu Ting and Shen Liuhe would not dare to offend her rashly. Can the Billow World bully others like this? Daoist Shen, no matter what, you have to uphold justice. When he heard that Yuan Hongjue had died tragically, Yuan Zihua's heart ached to the extreme. His handsome face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. "There's something fishy about this." Shenlang stared at the Zhai Xing Pavilion, his eyes flashing. He said coldly, "This person is most likely not Long Yanan's follower. He's holding her hostage and harboring evil intentions. Also, Duanmu Ci, who went to welcome Long Yanan, has not returned yet. I'm guessing that something bad has happened to him." What? Kunling, Yuan Zihua and the others were shocked. They could not believe it at all. If Long Yanan was held hostage, the matter would be blown out of proportion. If she was killed, the Dragon Sect would be enraged. The entire Jade Lake and Star World would not be able to bear the consequences. "Surround him." Shen Lang frowned and sent a voice transmission with his divine will. Yuan Zihua and the other 2 nascent soul cultivators scattered around the Zhai Xing Pavilion and surrounded it with Shen Lang. The 3 nascent soul cultivators and one of them was a perfected golden core cultivator with a 7th grade golden core, which was comparable to a normal nascent soul cultivator. Right then, they joined forces to surround Jiang Tian and kill him. Their vast and terrifying Dharma power surged and lingered in the air, intertwining with each other like a giant net covering the sky. Not even a fly could fly out. Zen Master Bitter C sat cross-legged in the air and shouted loudly, "Who dares to disturb the order here? Do you want to die? Come out, I'm here to convert you." His body was huge and his Dharma power was deep. His entire body emitted a bright and dazzling Buddhist light, as if he was a great Buddha. As he shouted, the aura of a nascent soul cultivator spread out like waves, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The air shook violently and Yunzhong Tower shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. "My friend, as a man, you should be able to support the world. Why are you making things difficult for a weak girl? If you have the guts, come out and fight with us." Kuan Ling stepped on a giant sword that was like a door plank and said with a mocking expression, trying to provoke Jiang Tian to come out. Yuan Zihua did not say a word and stood with his sword in hand. However, his killing intent was surging and his eyes were filled with hatred. He was waiting for the culprit to come out and kill him immediately. There was dead silence in Zhai Xing Pavilion and there was no reply for a long time. The thousands of cultivators present did not say a word. The entire place was silent and it was as if everything had stopped. Only the cold wind blew and let out sharp whistling sounds. All the cultivators of Yunzhong Tower stood there like wooden statues and looked up. Even the billions of living beings in Wild Wave City were staring at Zhai Xing Pavilion anxiously. Amidst the silence, the atmosphere was murderous and extremely heavy. Everyone was even able to hear the rise and fall of heartbeats and rapid breathing. You haven't dared to show yourself for a long time. Could it be that you're afraid? Yuan Zihua sneered through gritted teeth. However, before he could finish his sentence, all of a sudden, there was a boom. An earth-shattering explosion shook everyone's hearts. Under the dumbfounded gazes of tens of millions of people, the Zhai Xing Pavilion that could withstand the attacks of a golden core overlord exploded like a piece of paper and only a smooth platform was left. Rolling airwaves with tables, chairs and building debris formed circles of white clouds that kept spreading in the air. 1 mile, 3 miles, 10 miles. Finally, it covered the entire Wild Wave City. At this moment, vast and surging immortal energy was like a tempestuous wave that slapped onto the shore, like a meteor that soared through the sky, and it blasted Yuan Zihua and the others to the point they were like withered leaves in the wind as they were blasted 500 kilometers away before they were barely able to stabilize themselves. Countless people looked up in fear. They saw a tall figure with a white jade wine pot in his left hand and a cup of thunderfire wine in his right hand. He took a sip and walked out step by step in the air with black hair and black eyes. His figure was like a precipitous and lone peak, and his aura was faint and indistinct like the eternal blue sky. His perfect and handsome face emanated a gentle divine radiance while his eyes flickered with divine radiance. He was like a true god that had descended to the mortal world, and his might suppressed the world and shook the world. Kongfu. Yuan Zihua's pupils constricted and he gasped as if he was facing a great enemy. Jiang Tian's appearance had changed and his hair was white. Others might not be able to recognize him, but how could he hide from the eyes of an old monster like Yuan Zihua? After all, a person's appearance could be changed, but their aura, gaze, expression and habitual actions were already ingrained in their bones and could still be recognized. Yuan Zihua had once been an enemy of Jiang Tian, then submitted to Jiang Tian and betrayed him in the end. Yuan Zihua had studied Jiang Tian for too long and knew Jiang Tian's every move like the back of his hand. Even if Jiang Tian wore a Dharma artifact mask or was burned to ashes, he would still recognize him. Other than Xin Lang, who only revealed a surprised expression. Patter. Ku Hai and Kuan Ling's eyes were filled with fear and their faces were pale. They subconsciously took a few steps back and trembled as if they had seen a demon. It wasn't that they thought they couldn't defeat Jiang Tian. It was because Jiang Tian's domineering style and ruthless methods in the past had left a deep impression on them. If not for the fact that their opponent was an expert of Jade Lake and the difference in strength was too great and they were tempted, they would definitely not have betrayed Jiang Tian. Kong Teichu is back. How dare he return? The war has begun. The war has finally begun. At this moment, many cultivators, mortals, and demons around the inn in the clouds raised their heads and looked up in anticipation. No matter what, Jiang Tian was the ruler of this world. Now that his territory was occupied and a strong enemy had invaded, there was no way both sides could reconcile peacefully. Furthermore, Jiang Tian's appearance at the peace gathering, mocking and killing was a clear indication of his attitude. The conflict between both sides was irreconcilable and an unprecedented war was about to break out that no one could stop. It could be said that the entire Wild Wave City was boiling like ice that was thrown into a pot of hot oil and was on the verge of exploding. In fact, the news had already spread like a hurricane towards Star Capital, Floating Spear and other cities at lightning speed, sweeping through the entire star world. Why are you guys trembling? You should be happy to see old friends reunite. Jiang Tian's expression was calm and even had a smile as he swept his gaze across the three of them calmly. However, Jiang Tian's calmness contained an endless chilling killing intent that was like a 10,000-year-old glacier, aloof, cold, and eternal, causing one's heart to palpitate. Chapter 1316. I was wondering who it was. So, it's Daoist Tai Chu. However, Yuan Zihua's panic only lasted for a moment. He quickly calmed down and even revealed a mocking expression. Kong Tai Chu, as the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. You have to understand that this place is no longer your world. This is no longer your era. Now, Chen Liuhe is the leader of the Stellar Sky domain, and the Jade Pool experts are the masters. Patriarch Kunling was also full of mockery. If you know when to back down, then submit. Although you are extremely talented, you are definitely not a match for Chen Liuhe and the other Jade Pool experts. In fact, you are far from even City Lord Duanmu Ting. Patriarch Kunling had already formed his nascent soul and did not take Jiang Tian seriously at all. In his eyes, those below the nascent soul realm were ants. What was a golden core? They were just trash that could not withstand a single blow. So, he is Kong Tai Chu. How dare he come back? Doesn't he know that this is no longer his era? Patriarch Kunling is giving him too much face. Compared to City Lord Duanmu and Marshal Chen, Kong Tai Chu is only at the golden core realm. He is far from even the three nascent soul patriarchs. When they saw the arrival of the three ancestors, Shi Ruoxue, Diren, Guangkuan, and the others on the Star-Plucking Pavilion's platform instantly seemed as if they had obtained an extremely great backer, and their courage increased greatly. Their eyes were above their heads, and they looked down upon Jiang Tian as if they were looking at ants. You want me to submit? The mockery on Jiang Tian's face was extremely intense. He let out a soft laugh and said calmly, "You're just a Jade Lake cultivator. In my eyes, you're nothing more than a chicken or pottery dog. It's a pity that you have no knowledge and actually betrayed me and Bai Zhe, worshipping them like gods. You are worse than dogs. How arrogant." He actually called the three patriarchs dogs. This is clearly not going to rest until one of them is dead. The entire place was shocked when they heard Jiang Tian's words. The sound of people inhaling cold air rose and fell. Everyone was greatly taken aback. Jiang Tian's words were too arrogant. This was because these three grand ancestors were no longer the same as before. They had reached the nascent soul stage after the ultimate sublimation. Things were different now. But Jiang Tian actually humiliated and scolded them so viciously. It was simply a slap to their faces. They were all proud and arrogant people, so how could they endure it? Sure enough, Yuan Zihua was furious and shouted, "Guys, why are you still talking nonsense with him? He's just an ant from Earth, a golden core cultivator. Just kill him." His true disciple, Yuan Hongjue, had been killed. This was a life and death grudge that he could not tolerate. He only wanted to tear Jiang Tian into pieces. Fellow Daoist Zihua, don't be anxious. Zen Master Bitter C pressed his palms together. He looked solemn and benevolent as he said sincerely, "Fellow Daoist Tai Chu, to tell you the truth, you're no longer qualified to be compared to us. In our eyes, you're like a 3-year-old baby, unable to withstand a single blow. We didn't kill you because we are virtuous and don't want to stir up another storm of blood and plunge all living beings into misery and suffering." He stood on the moral high ground and tried to persuade Jiang Tian, as if he were a living bodhisattva or an enlightened monk. "I'll advise you again. Put down your knife and become a Buddha. Don't ignore the righteousness of the common people for your own selfish interests and be blinded by the desire for power. You should know that this is just a dream, not worth mentioning. The body is a Bodhi tree, the heart is a mirror. Always wipe it clean and don't let it be stained with dust. Shameless." Jiang Tian was so angry that he was amused. There was gradually a cold, murderous intent deep in his eyes. Bitter C and the others were the kind of people who were extremely selfish and afraid of death. In order to save their lives and for their own interests, they didn't hesitate to attack their own race and the cultivators of planet Tianxing. They even didn't hesitate to poison their own teacher, Bai Zhe, and attack him together. Today, I've come here to kill all of you and settle a debt of gratitude and enmity. I'm not here to admit defeat. Do it. Jiang Tian's eyes were cold. He suddenly drank the wine in his cup and patted the sky-devouring demonic gourd on his waist with his right hand. A great battle was about to break out. Suddenly, Yuan Zihua and the other 3 nascent soul cultivators and Shunlang were on full alert. Guang Kuan, do you think Kong Teichu or the 3 ancestral patriarchs and Shunlang will win? On the platform of the Zhaixing Pavilion, Shi Ruoxue asked in a sweet voice. How can Kong Teichu be a match for them? Although Kong Teichu can use a secret technique to simulate the power of the Forbidden Area, it's still a technique to control the world and belongs to the category of Golden Core. Guang Kuan's face was full of mockery and disdain. The 3 ancestral patriarchs have already formed their nascent souls and are only one step away from the real nascent soul cultivator. They have also received guidance from the nascent soul cultivator in Jade Lake, and their cultivation techniques are stronger. If they fight to the end, they will definitely win. Guang Kuan was the sect leader of the Giant Sword sect. He was at level 3 of the Golden Core realm and was only one step away from the middle stage. He was not far from Yuan Hongjue and had a unique vision. No one doubted Guang Kuan's conclusion. The battle has begun. At this moment, Huangfu Pingtian suddenly screamed when he saw Jiang Tian patting the weapon-strengthening gourd. However, he didn't expect that the flying sword would be aimed at him. Run! They all jumped into the sky and ran in all directions. However, their screams stopped abruptly. A golden flying sword jumped out from the sky-devouring demonic gourd and turned into a shocking sword radiance. It shot through the sky and cut off the heads of the 8 Golden Core cultivators on the platform, including Guang Kuan and Zen Master Diren. The dazzling sword radiance swept across the sky and shone on the surrounding area. Corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. Except for Long Yanan, who was deliberately left behind by Jiang Tian, no one was able to escape. Before they died, their eyes were filled with deep shock and fear. They couldn't believe that Jiang Tian would kill them when he was besieged. They also couldn't believe that they would die under Jiang Tian's sword so easily. Kong Teichu. Seeing this, ancestral patriarch Kunling was in so much pain that he wanted to die. You've gone too far. Zen Master Kuhai gritted his teeth and looked like a King Kong. They had never thought that Jiang Tian would dare to kill so many people when he was besieged by 3 nascent soul cultivators. He even killed their children and descendants, which made them feel heartbroken. He was simply treating them like ants. I've already said that we can't be merciful to him. If we do something, we can still save them. Yuan Zihua said coldly. The Taichu Dominator is so cruel. Countless cultivators' eyes twitched and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Tian was too decisive. He was resolute and decisive to the extreme. It was obvious that he wanted to kill them. Killing their descendants and children right under their noses made them so angry that their lungs were about to explode. This was a kind of torture and torture. No one could bear to watch their loved ones and children die on the spot. So cruel? Have you forgotten how many Stellar Sky Domain cultivators and mortals Kunling and the rest killed for the Jade Pool? Well done. Such a traitor, such a shameless person. He should die without descendants. However, Chen Feihong, Zhao Hongtian, and the other supporters of Jiang Tian shouted loudly and excitedly, cheering for Jiang Tian. You know pain too? I thought you didn't know. You seem to have forgotten how many Stellar Sky Domain cultivators lost their loved ones because of you. How many women and children are crying? I'm killing your descendants and descendants right in front of you. You can suffer as much as you want. What can you do to me? If you can't accept it, come and fight. This battle is to the death. Jiang Tian caught the flying sword that flew back. His eyes were full of mockery. He held the white jade wine cup and wine flask and gently knocked on the sword body, making clanging sounds. His battle intent was high, and his sword aura was dense. It was like a billowing essence smoke that shot into the 9 heavens. Back then, the 9 flying swords that Zhang Tian obtained from the Sword Tomb Island were all spirit artifacts. However, after many years of refining by Zhang Tian and adding many precious metals and rare stones, the 9 flying swords had been upgraded to spirit artifacts. Even so, they couldn't withstand Zhang Tian's vast spiritual power and could be easily destroyed. Thus, Zhang Tian had given all of them to Qina. This flying sword, nameless, was refined before he set off. He used countless natural treasures he had collected over the years to carve many Dao patterns and talisman arrays on it. It was indestructible and had reached the true artifact level. Kong Teichu, you have angered me. Yuan Zihua shouted angrily as the sword in his hand broke through the air. The battle finally erupted. There seemed to be a sharp flash of lightning in the sky. The sword aura was dense and the temperature within a 10-mile radius dropped rapidly. What a terrifying sword intent! It's close to a heavenly phenomenon attack. Seeing this, many people were shocked and their hearts trembled. Kill! Ancestral Patriarch Kuan Ling shouted coldly. With a sweep of the giant sword, monstrous sword rays overlapped and formed a heavy sword screen. It was like a mountain that covered the sky and covered the sun. It slashed through the void, capable of splitting 1,000 zhang tall mountain and cutting off rivers and seas. Heis, patron, to think that you would be so stubborn. Even if you were to stir up a storm of blood and kill more, for the sake of the masses, this old monk can only kill viciously and purge the evil. Master Kuhai shook his head and sighed. The Buddhist aura around him was bright and dazzling as he slapped his right hand. Boom! His right hand instantly expanded to several hundred meters in size, shining with golden light. It was as if the Buddha Lord was pressing down with his 5-finger mountain, bringing with it an aura that could suppress everything. Not only did it want to crush Zhang Tian into powder, it even wanted to crush the wild wave city below Zhang Tian. Yuan Zihua had already entered the nascent soul level and was not far away from the nascent soul level. He was invincible. He was full of confidence. Both he and the other 2 ancestral patriarchs thought that he had a high chance of defeating Zhang Tian. But they had lived for a long time and had experienced countless battles. They were all experienced and astute. They were deeply aware of the principle that even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Moreover, they hated Zhang Tian to the extreme and were completely merciless. Thus, they attacked together from the very beginning, and their cooperation was extremely tacit. The 3 heavenly star overlords worked well together and their combined attack was already stronger than a normal nascent soul level attack. Besides, there was also Shen Lang, who had the bloodline of the 1,000-tailed black fox and a 7th-grade golden core. Then, Shen Lang, who was as powerful as them, also attacked. Chapter 1317. Kong Teichu, how dare you humiliate me today? You must die. Shen Lang's eyes were black and cold, filled with deep hatred and resentment. He was surrounded by a black aura and his 1,000 tails swayed. They swept across the sky like dragons and dyed half of the sky black. Each of his tails could break the sky and a wisp of energy could kill a Qi refinement cultivator. It was extremely terrifying. Ah! The Taichu Dominator is in danger this time. Yeah, 3 nascent soul cultivators and 1 golden core cultivator. Even Bai Zhe wouldn't be able to resist them. I heard that Kong Teichu was only a foundation establishment cultivator back then. Only 2 years have passed. No matter how strong he is, he can only reach the late stage of the foundation establishment level, right? Even if he has the power of a golden core cultivator or has formed a golden core, so what? Those are 3 nascent soul cultivators. Many cultivators wrung their hands and sighed. Taichu Dominator, let's retreat. You've already killed Yuan Hongjue, Hu Tsanghai and severely injured Shen Lang. This battle is enough for you to be proud of. Senior Taichu, let's take a step back. The difference in power between the 3 nascent soul cultivators is too great. Our chances of winning are slim. There's no need to rush. Let's gather the army and settle the score with them. Chen Feihong, Zhao Hongtian and many other cultivators on planet Tianxing sent messages to Jiang Tian with their immortal will. They didn't mean any harm and they didn't underestimate Jiang Tian. They were just worried that Jiang Tian would die. Jiang Tian was their last hope and they couldn't allow anything to happen to him. On the battlefield, it wasn't shameful to retreat temporarily. The most important thing was to win in the end. They're just ants. How can they fight me? Jiang Tian was full of disdain. Even when he hadn't formed a chaotic golden core in the Thunderlock, he was able to crush the 4 nascent soul cultivators with the power of his divine body. But then, Jiang Tian had formed the chaotic divine disc and his chaotic divine body had been formed. His power was more than 100 times stronger than before. When Jiang Tian faced the 4 nascent soul cultivators, he had to resort to tricks and take them by surprise. But now, facing a nascent soul cultivator, Jiang Tian was like looking at an ant. He could kill him with a flick of his finger. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Jiang Tian poured a cup of thunderfire wine into his cup, took half a sip, and then tossed the wine jug and cup into the air, waving his finger. Heaven-splitting dome. This time, Jiang Tian only used 1/10 of his strength. However, in the sky, it was as if a black bolt of lightning had struck, tearing the space apart and causing many spatial fragments to appear. The spatial tear started from Yuan Zihua and snaked towards Kunling, Kuhai and Xunlang at an extremely fast speed. Sky Splitter was a spatial technique that belonged to a type of primal chaos energy. It was activated after Jiang Tian had condensed the primal chaos divine body. It could tear apart space and cut through everything. Even a nascent soul cultivator who controlled a forbidden zone might not be able to withstand it. Everyone watched in horror. With their Danshans as the center, the 4 of them were miserably torn apart by the spatial energy, and they transformed into numerous pieces of flesh, broken bones, and arrows of blood that interweaved and piled on each other, and they suffused the air in all sorts of strange shapes like abstract works of art. Ah! How is that possible? Even though Xunlang's body was broken, his blood qi was too strong and he hadn't died yet. He couldn't help but scream with fear and desperation in his eyes. They realized that they couldn't reform their broken bodies even if they performed supreme healing and creation arts. Only soul formation grand cultivators who had comprehended a domain and completely controlled the spatial energy could stop Jiang Tian's Sky Splitter, Dharma art and divine power. In the next moment, the gold cores of the 4 men exploded uncontrollably, tearing their broken bodies into pieces and flying ash. At this instant, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Waves of shock rose in their hearts, and they couldn't believe what they had just heard. 3 nascent soul cultivators and a peak stage superior grade golden core cultivator had been killed by Jiang Tian, just like that. It was like a myth. Good wine. This is great. Then, the wine cup that had just been thrown fell to the ground. Jiang Tian caught it and poured it in the air. He sighed and said, "This is revenge for Mieyu, Jiang Haishan and the other heroes who died for Tianxing. Heroes, rest in peace." In a blink, 100-mile radius around Yunzhong restaurant and the entire Wild Wave city became silent. Many cultivators and billions of mortals were making a sound. After a long time, a sect master, a veteran Foundation establishment cultivator, finally spat out 2 words with difficulty. "Heavenly Lord?" Then, thousands of cultivators around Yunzhong restaurant and millions of people in Wild Wave City looked up at the sky with excitement on their faces. At this moment, even the slowest person realized Jiang Tian's strength. He was apparently a nascent soul heavenly lord. "Ha, Kang Teichu, so what if you're a nascent soul cultivator? How dare you do this in Wild Wave City? You're courting death." But a cultivator from the Jade Lake world was hiding in the dark and snickered. Before he finished his sentence. Sure enough, in all directions of the Wild Wave City, huge steel dragons suddenly gushed out, soaring into the sky and dancing in the sky. Every single enormous dragon was 30 kilometers long, and they lay across the sky like enormous dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, causing them to be extremely terrifying. "What's that?" Countless cultivators of Tianxing were startled. But when they got closer, they found out. Those weren't steel dragons. They were an army of cultivators from the Jade Lake wearing hard armor and holding sharp weapons and Dharma artifacts. The cultivators of the Jade Lake were all above the Qi refinement level, and there were many Foundation establishment cultivators. There were tens of thousands of them. Cold light shone on their armor and sword auras cracked the sky. The 10 generals at the front were even fiercer and had power above the golden core level. In front of the battle array, a peerless general in golden armor and a crimson cape rose to the sky like a dragon. His figure was tall and lofty, like a towering mountain, and he emitted a monstrous imposing aura that swept through the heavens and the earth, causing the entire Wild Wave city to violently tremble. Shockingly, he was a nascent soul expert as well. Duanmu Ting, Chen Hongtian and the other Heavenly Star cultivators were all startled. Chen Feihong was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. She couldn't control her true essence and her sleeves fluttered. All those years ago, during the Great Battle of Furious Wave City, Duanmu Ting had once blasted apart several top-notch Heavenly Star experts guarding the city with a single punch, and even Jiang Haishan wasn't a match for him. That peerless ferocious might and divine ability that penetrated the heavens and the earth caused one's heart to palpitate. Duanmu Ting was one of the best generals in the Jade Lake Army. Rumor had it that he had defeated 10 Golden Core cultivators, and an army of tens of thousands of cultivators couldn't stop him when he was conquering the Kanglin world. Tai Chu, you're indeed talented and powerful. You can suppress 3 nascent soul cultivators and Shen Lang. I'm Duanmu Ting, the Marshal of the Left Army and the City Lord of Wild Wave City. Duanmu Ting's eyes glittered as he saluted and said with admiration, the deaths of Shen Lang, the 3 nascent soul overlords and many talents on the hero roll seemed to be nothing in his eyes. However, his voice was like a thunderous bell, shaking the heavens. Many Foundation establishment cultivators below could not withstand it. Their bodies swayed and they almost vomited blood. Duanmu Ting stood proudly in the air as an incomparably terrifying true essence fluctuation emanated from his dantian. Like a raging storm, it swept out for dozens of miles and enveloped the entire Wild Wave city. It was as if 3 mountains and 5 peaks were pressing down. Many Heavenly Star cultivators felt as if their guts were being torn apart as their bodies swayed. Is this the power of a nascent soul cultivator? He seems to be 10 times more powerful than Yuan Zihua and the others. He's an experienced nascent soul cultivator. He's not far from the nascent soul level. He might even be a quasi-perfected cultivator. At that moment, countless people exclaimed. Zhao Hongtian and Chen Feihong's eyes glittered. Their bodies tightened and their Dharma power surged crazily to protect their bodies and land on the ground. As for those below the Foundation establishment level, many couldn't withstand it at all. They fell to the ground as if a heavy hammer had hit their chests. Duanmu Ting hadn't made a move yet. He only released a faint energy, which made the Heavenly Star cultivators unable to move. The sky had already been cleared. Only Jiang Tian stood proudly on the Heavenly Star cultivator's side. Good wine, good wine. Jiang Tian waved his hand and brought over the wine pot. He poured the Thunderfire wine, which was flickering with blue lightning, into the wine cup. He took a sip and smiled. Marshal Duanmu organized this gathering. The wine is not bad, the dishes are not bad, the beautiful cultivators are not bad, and the scenery is even better. I just don't know when you became the Lord of Wild Wave City. When did I agree? When did Emperor Ding Lai give you that title? My friend Tai Chu, you were also a peerless talent who swept across this world. Why are you so pedantic? You'll make all the heroes in the world laugh their heads off. Duanmu Ting let out a long laugh. His arrogance soared to the heavens as he spoke in a matter-of-fact manner. As the saying goes, the strong are the masters. The cultivators of Jade Lake are stronger than you, so we don't need your approval. We'll take this beautiful land if we say so. Ha, well said. Jiang Tian took a sip of the Thunderfire wine and smiled calmly. According to your fucking logic, it's only right that I destroy your Jade Lake and wipe out your entire family. Kang Teichu, Don't think you're so great just because you killed some trash who just reached the nascent soul level. Duanmu Ting's face flashed with anger and he said coldly, "There are a few nascent soul heavenly lords in the Jade Lake. Any heavenly lord can turn the world upside down and change the weather with a single thought. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Don't make a mistake. Is that so? Then you can try." Jiang Tian smiled with high fighting spirit. He didn't take Duanmu Ting seriously at all. Chapter 13:18. You're too arrogant. Duanmu Si's eyes became colder, but he finally softened his tone. Our commander, Chen Liuhe, is the son of the heavenly Dao sect and the lord of Jade Lake. He's a wise sacred lord who knows how to use people. If you hand over my son, Duanmu Si, and pledge your loyalty to him, he'll definitely let go of the past and lead you to conquer the world. He said sincerely. If you succeed in the future, being the lord of a fourth-level dimensional world is nothing. You can even be a fourth-level dimensional world. You can even go to the top of the ruins of deity, accept the ruins emperor's reward and become a deity. No one would have thought that Duanmu Ting didn't come to fight Jiang Tian, but to persuade him to surrender. Besides, the benefits were great. Entering the ruins of deity was a temptation that no one in the bottom dimensional worlds could resist. But only some overlords who were considered giants felt that Duanmu Ting's actions were reasonable. For an old monster like Duanmu Ting, revenge for his comrades and feelings were not worth mentioning. Only territory, resources, benefits, and the improvement of cultivation base and strength were the criteria that he took into consideration. What was the point of killing Jiang Tian in a life-and-death struggle? He might as well persuade Jiang Tian to surrender without wasting a single soldier. Then, he could occupy planet Tianxing and stabilize the world forever. Besides, he still thought that his son was in Jiang Tian's hands and was still alive, so he wouldn't dare to attack Jiang Tian easily. Be a dog for you guys like them? I'm not interested even if I have to be Jade Lake's dog or the ruins of deity's dog. Jiang Tian pointed at Kun Ling and the others' bodies and chuckled. I, Kong Teichu, was born with bad joints. I can't bend my back, lower my head, wag my tail and beg for mercy. I'll never be able to learn these actions. Duanmu Ting's smile gradually disappeared. His eyes were cold and he exuded a violent and bloodthirsty aura. My friend Tai Chu, you ate my food and drank my wine. Do you want to leave just like that? You have to go through my army first. I'm not used to owing people favors. I've always been clear about it. I've eaten your food and drank your wine. Even if you don't accept the money, I'll still return it to you. Jiang Tian said with a smile. Fellow Daoist Duanmu, although I, Kong Teichu, am an abandoned person of the wasteland and a little poor, I still have a backbone. His smile was incomparably brilliant as he lightly patted the heaven-devouring devil gourd at his waist. Duanmu Si's head flew out and landed before Duanmu Ting. The Grand Primordium ruler is too ruthless. This move again. They killed their descendants and forced them to take action. This is going to pierce through the heavens. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. This Jiang guy must be crazy. With this head flying out, it means that the conflict between the two sides is irreconcilable. It's a fight to the death. Jiang Tian is courting death. The formation of an iron army is extremely powerful. Even nascent soul experts might not be able to withstand it. Furthermore, Duanmu Ting's strength is not to be underestimated either. Back then, he was the one who defeated Kun Ling, Yuan Zihua and the other two without bringing a single soldier with him. If Kong Teichu thinks that he can compete with Duanmu Ting just because he killed 3 nascent soul cultivators, he's way too naive. Some Jade Lake cultivators shook their heads mockingly. Everyone here is a hero. Kill your son and pay for the wine. How delightful. Jiang Tian looked at Duanmu Ting who had an ashen expression, and he roared with laughter while dripping with delight. Kong Teichu, I'll fight you to the death today. The moment he saw his son's head, Duanmu Ting was enraged. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely dense. as though a primordial beast had awakened. A berserk aura surged, as though he wanted to tear the heavens, destroy the world and devour everyone. Tens of thousands of Jade Lake cultivators had talisman arrays engraved on their armors that shone brightly, increasing their combat strength to the maximum. They were expressionless, but their eyes were filled with killing intent as they raised their sabers and roared. Their terrifying killing intent materialized and crushed Cloud Tower until it cracked inch by inch and was on the verge of collapsing. Grand Primordium Lord, let's retreat first. We'll gather with the Fiend Cave Mountain and the Barren Border Army and kill them. Zhao Hongtian and the other cultivators who supported Jiang Tian flew to Jiang Tian's side and tried to persuade Jiang Tian with their divine consciousnesses. Duanmu Ting and his army could sweep across Heavenly Star Continent and nothing could stop them. It made their hearts palpitate. What's the big deal? Don't worry, they can't hurt me at all. All of you, retreat now. Jiang Tian was calm and his tone was full of mockery. They were just dozens of golden core cultivators and tens of thousands of Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. Jiang Tian had killed many more in Maolin City back in West Earth. But back then, Jiang Tian was still relying on a few divine bodies and hadn't formed the chaotic divine body and golden core. Didn't he still kill them? Now that Jiang Tian's strength had increased 100 times, it would be strange if he couldn't deal with them. But we're not leaving. Zhao Hongtian and the others looked anxious and worried, but they didn't want to leave. They wanted to fight side by side with Jiang Tian and face death with equanimity. Boom. Many military formations were lined up neatly as they charged towards Jiang Tian. They were like a huge millstone that could crush and obliterate everything. All of you, retreat. I'll kill them with a snap of my fingers. Don't be affected by my Dharma power. Jiang Tian crushed the wine cup and put his hands behind his back. His body shot up like a dragon, directly charging towards the Steel Army formation. At this moment, there was a dead silence in the sky and on the ground. Many Heaven Star cultivators were furious. Their faces were full of despair and anger, but they couldn't say a word. Against the tens of thousands of troops, Jiang Tian's figure was as small as an ant. It was like hitting a stone with an egg, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After all, this army was the backbone of the Jade Lake Army. A single army was enough to wipe out an entire dimensional world. Even if a nascent soul cultivator was here, he would have to avoid it and wouldn't dare to meet it head-on. Who would dare to meet it head-on like Jiang Tian? Kong Teichu knows he can't escape. He's desperate, so he only wants to die quickly. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have done it. Wild Wave City is a tiger's den. The Jade Lake cultivators are extremely powerful. How can he come and go as he pleases? He's scared out of his wits. He's crazy. Only the cultivators of the Jade Lake were laughing wildly. I've killed this kid today, and it can be said that I've avenged a great enmity. You can rest in peace now. Even Duanmu Ting revealed a hint of mockery. Then he closed his eyes slightly, tears rolling down his face as he looked up to the sky and sighed. In their eyes, Jiang Tian was already a dead man who was digging his own grave. However, the next scene made everyone unable to believe it. Rumble. Jiang Tian's speed became faster and faster. He was like a human-shaped missile crossing the sky. Endless chaotic aura bloomed from the soles of his feet, constantly exploding the space and dragging a long tail. The chaotic divine body's ability burst out, as if opening up a world behind him, forming an unparalleled driving force. And in front of him, a Kuan Peng phantom appeared. It cried out to the 9 heavens, constantly opening and tearing the space. Strange black spatial cracks appeared one after another, leaving Jiang Tian without any space to block. This speed was as fast as the speed of light. It was sharp to the extreme, as if it could split the entire world into two. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, there was nothing left in the world except for a bright ray of light. Seeing this, Duanmu Ting's expression changed drastically, and he cursed inwardly. However, it was already too late. Under the impact of Jiang Tian's attacks, the indestructible military formations were like strings of firecrackers, exploding miserably. Be it the war chariots or the cloud towers, they all shattered like tofu. The chariots, cloud towers, flying boats and the armors and weapons of the cultivators and soldiers were engraved with runes. Even their golden cores and bodies contained vast dharma power. Once they were shattered, they would explode uncontrollably. Immediately, giant fireballs bloomed in the sky, burning everything. Giant mushroom clouds rose even higher in the sky. Every fireball, every explosion, and every mushroom cloud represented the death of a gold core stage cultivator. The hurricane in the sky whistled and swept in all directions. The vast sound waves collided with the tower in the clouds and the thick and heavy city walls of the Wild Wave City, causing the huge city to rumble from the impact. The trembling tower in the clouds persevered for 3 seconds before it shattered into pieces. Rubble flew through the air and turned into billowing smoke that drifted away. The entire Wild Wave City was in a state of chaos, with sand flying everywhere. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and blocked the sun. The sky was dark and they couldn't even see their own fingers. Thunder rumbled and the smell of ozone filled the air. It was an extremely shocking scene. This is the real attack of a celestial phenomenon. A nascent soul cultivator. No, to be exact, the Taichu Dominator attacked them and caused a change in the weather. Too powerful. That's terrifying. What level is the Dominator at? Is he a golden core cultivator? But he clearly has the power of a nascent soul cultivator. Zhao Hongtian and the others, who had run far away, couldn't be more shocked. They were even more shocked when they saw. Jiang Tian was like a peerless heavenly sword that could cut open the heavens and earth. He swept across 10 kilometers and crashed through the entire army from head to toe. It wasn't as simple as tearing the military formation apart. To us, wherever Jiang Tian passed by, within a radius of 1 mile, even if the gold core experts didn't even touch Jiang Tian, they would instantly explode into blood mist. The chaotic power of Jiang Tian's golden core was like the Big Bang of the universe, which could destroy and tear everything apart. Even the so-called indestructible golden core exploded like mud. As for the Jade Lake cultivators below the golden core level, they were blown apart by the wind brought by Jiang Tian. They didn't die from Jiang Tian's divine powers and dharma spells. After 3 flicks of the fingers, the explosions in the world stopped. The dark clouds and the hurricane gradually dissipated and the dust settled. The garrison of the Wild Wave City, the 30,000 elite cultivators of the Jade Lake Army, the Foundation Establishment cultivators and the Golden Core cultivators were all killed. Only Duanmu Ting was left standing in the air alone. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Duanmu Ting's teeth were chattering and his entire body was shaking. He staggered a few steps back and was about to fall. How is that possible? Cold sweat rolled down his forehead and he was dumbfounded as if he had seen a demon. His face was paler than a corpse that had been dead for 3 days. Chapter 1319. At this moment, the entire Wild Waves City fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the tall and majestic figure in the sky dumbfoundedly, as if they were looking at a god or a demon. How is this possible? Is he a peerless heavenly lord? Many Jade Lake cultivators were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground. The power Jiang Tian displayed was no longer that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, but that of a nascent soul cultivator. It was too terrifying. With one attack, 30,000 soldiers and 20 golden core cultivators were killed. I'm afraid that even Chen Liuhe, my sister Long Xin, the heir of the ruins of immortality, and those peerless geniuses on the God of War list don't have such strength. Not to mention them, even Long Yanan, who was being guarded by the large black dog, was shocked to the point her beautiful face turned pale. She was dumbstruck, and her heart palpitated with fear and disbelief. She felt as if she was having a nightmare. Didn't he come from Earth? Wasn't that the land of the last days, where the cultivation civilization was cut off? How could such a monstrous figure be born there? It's only been 2 years. How could he advance so quickly? The absolute beginning dominator is 10 times, 100 times stronger than before. Even Zhao Hongtian, Chen Feihong, and the other cultivators of Heavenly Star were in disbelief. They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. The spirit chi of Earth had withered, and it was a dead planet. How could Jiang Tian advance so quickly in 2 years? Even with all the resources of Star World, Jiang Tian could only reach the Golden Core level at most. How could he reach the nascent soul level? Patter. Jiang Tian stepped into the air and walked to the sky above Duanmu Ting. He looked down at him as if he was looking at an ant and said with a mocking smile, "Now, do you still think I'm vulnerable and will lose? Do you think I should bow down and admit defeat?" Duanmu Ting's teeth chattered and he couldn't say a word. At this moment, he was very close to Jiang Tian and could feel the aura and momentum of Jiang Tian. It was a golden core cultivator. Moreover, Jiang Tian's golden core didn't have any attributes, and his bloodline was extremely special. It was just an ordinary golden core. In fact, it was an ordinary core formation that had just formed not too long ago. However, such an ordinary golden core cultivator was able to destroy the entire army with a casual crash. This included many numinous treasures, dermic artifacts, and many golden core experts. All of them were destroyed. "You can't kill me. I still have a captive, Ding Lingdeng. He's an old friend of yours." Duanmu Ting said. "Look at who that is." Jiang Tian raised his hand and pointed. He saw it. An old figure dressed as an old servant in green robes slowly rose into the sky from the city lord's mansion with a young girl in tow. They stepped on the clouds and traveled through the air. Who else could that young girl be but Ding Lingding? "Grand Primordium Sovereign, spare my life. I'm willing to surrender." Duanmu Ting's vision went black. Luckily, he didn't faint. "I've already said that you don't have any bargaining chips to negotiate with me." How could Jiang Tian let him go? With a cold smile, his right hand unceremoniously slapped down from the air. Rumble. Under Jiang Tian's unstoppable palm power, Duanmu Ting turned into a thin paste of flesh and exploded in the air. Even his divine soul and golden core were crushed into pieces. At that moment, the many cultivator captives of the stellar sky domain locked up in the city lord's mansion's dungeon were all rescued and released by Patriarch Shenlong. "Awesome. Good kill. The Grand Primordium Sovereign is back." As soon as they came out, they saw Jiang Tian attacking the army and killing Duanmu Ting. They couldn't help but shout in joy. "This is the hero of my dreams." Those female cultivators were especially enraptured. They were already mesmerized. He really came back. As for Ding Lingdang, seeing that Jiang Tian, whom she had been looking forward to so much, had returned, she smiled with tears in her eyes. Her gentle gaze was no longer willing to look away. She only wished that it would be like this for the rest of her life. "Zhenlong, you and Big Black suppress the Jade Pool cultivators here. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy. I'm going to the desolate border city." After destroying the Wild Wave City's garrison with a single strike, Jiang Tian immediately rolled up his sleeves, bringing Ding Lingdang along as he stepped on his sword and flew away, flying towards the desolate border city. According to the information he had gathered, the real main force of the Jade Pool army had been besieging the desolate border city for several months. Zhenlong was a nascent soul realm cultivator, so it was easy for him to eliminate the remnants of the Jade Pool army and suppress the Wild Wave City. Jiang Tian was very relieved. At the same time, in the desolate border city, countless Jade Pool cultivators flew into the sky on all kinds of flying boats, battleships, and cloud towers. They arranged themselves into military formations and firmly surrounded the giant city. Spears, fireballs, wind blades, ice arrows, thunderstones, and giant cannons were released and poured down like rain on the defense array of the desolate border city. The places where the attacks were concentrated were like torrents and rivers. The destructive power was very terrifying, comparable to the attack of a golden core realm cultivator or even a nascent soul realm cultivator. The talisman arrays on the huge city wall of the desolate border city flashed and circulated. Many defense arrays emitted colorful brilliance, forming a dome shield that covered the entire city. However, under the attack of the enemy's Dharma artifacts, There were originally 13 layers of defense arrays, but now there was only one left, and it was broken by the enemy from time to time. Once there was a gap in the array shield, the two sides would immediately engage in a cruel close combat and bloody battle. The cultivators of the Heavenly Star Realm and the Jade Pool engaged in a life-and-death battle. At close range, the Dharma artifacts bombarded each other and corpses fell like rain. There were originally tens of thousands of soldiers defending the desolate border city, but now there were only a few thousand left. Among them, more than 30,000 cultivators of the Demon Cave Mountain had been sacrificed. Throughout Desolate City, corpses were piled up on the streets and roofs. Blood flowed everywhere, both mortals and cultivators. A foul stench filled the air, flies fluttered in the air, and blood flowed from the city towers. People walked on the sticky ground, their feet slipping. "We can't break out. If we knew, we wouldn't have come in." Miaosu was standing on the city tower with a few senior sisters, looking at the Jade Pool army outside in despair. Outside the city, a space-locking formation had been activated. Surging waves of mana rose into the sky from all directions like smoke signals, firmly locking down the entire border city. Once the cultivators of the Heavenly Star Realm rushed out, they would be killed immediately. The desolate border city was the last fortress of the Star World. The people guarding it were the most elite and tenacious cultivators of the Star World. Although they were in a weak position, they had killed many cultivators of the Jade Pool world and aroused great hatred from the other side. Chen Liuhe ordered to wash this place with blood. Once the city was breached, they would slaughter all the cultivators and mortals in the city. Boom! All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning pierced through the sky and opened up a large hole in the northern region of the defensive barrier, with a radius of about 1 mile. Next to Miaosu, Fairy Miao Yi suddenly rose into the sky and yelled, "Ingluo Miaosu, come with me. I'll kill the enemy and you too repair the damaged array." Goddess Miao Yi shot out like an arrow and arrived before the hole in the formation in the sky. Then, she swung her sword without hesitation. A cold gleam flashed across the air, and dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators who were attacking her were instantly killed. Blood gushed out like a river. After more than 2 years, she had benefited from the spirit chi that was several times denser after the array was stabilized and the cultivation art passed down by Jiang Tian. She had already broken through to the fake core level. Moreover, her slender and delicate body was long gone. She had become fierce and courageous. Moreover, her sword technique was sharper and her moves were smooth like flowing clouds and flowing water. Miao Su was still in a daze. She was shivering and had yet to regain her senses. The situation in front of her was too bloody. In the sky and on the ground, there were dozens of battle points. Broken limbs flew everywhere, blood spurted, Dharma artifacts shot out, and the flames of war soared into the sky. It was like purgatory on Earth. This was war. This was the invasion of one world into another. It couldn't be compared to the previous duels between cultivators and sections. Xiao Yingluo carried the array components on her back and flew toward the array plate in the sky. She yelled, "Sister Miaosu, what are you waiting for? Come quickly." Back then, her family had opened the weapon refining hall and had dabbled in arrays and talismans. After meeting Jiang Tian, she had received several pointers from Jiang Tian, and her array skills had improved. She had always been in charge of repairing and maintaining the array in the border city. She had a unique vision, was fast, and never made any mistakes. She was highly regarded. She revealed her late-stage Foundation establishment-level cultivation and killed a few Jade Lake cultivators with her sword. She landed on the broken part of the array and began to repair it. However, a flying boat immediately flew over and activated its lightning cannons amidst a loud rumble. Fortunately, Qiao Beishan held a huge shield that was taller than him. He gritted his teeth and blocked the attack of the Thunder Dharma artifact. Every time the Dharma artifact attacked, Qiao Beishan was shaken to the point of spitting blood. His body shook violently and his muscles trembled, but he didn't retreat. Qiao Yingluo's face was covered in dust, but her eyes were sharp and calm. She quickly replaced the damaged Dharma artifact, and the torn light shield immediately healed. when the two of them retreated into the city. Xiao Beishan vomited blood and fell to the ground. His arm was already bleeding, and his bones were shattered in many places. Only white bones were left of his 5 fingers, and his pupils were dilated. Immediately, a cultivator came forward to treat him. He shook his head in disappointment and said sadly, "His dandan is broken. Even if it recovers, it's useless." Xiao Yingluo's tears flowed, leaving 2 streaks on her dirty little face. She stared at Miao Su and broke down. "Miao Su, if you listened to orders and cooperated well, my brother would be fine. What are you doing?" I'm scared. Miao Su also cried, her face full of shame. She had never experienced such a cruel battle. Fairy Miao Yi was surrounded by dozens of Jade Lake cultivators. Her eyes were red and she shouted, "What's the use of being scared? We have no way out." At this time, the Jade Lake army retreated. Fairy Miao Yi quickly took the opportunity to retreat into the city. Just as the Heavenly Star warriors were cheering. All of a sudden, a huge black cloud tower with a terrifying beast head carved on its pedestal slowly rose into the sky and calmly pressed down on the outskirts of the city. "Oh no! That nascent soul-old monster's cloud tower is rising. Immediately inform King Ding Lai and prepare for battle." Xiao Yingluo, Fairy Miao Yi, Zen Master Dexin, and the others all changed their expressions. Jiang Yunhe flew towards the city lord's residence. Chapter 1320. The city lord mansion had become a temporary command center. Ding Lai, who had been seriously injured, stood with his brows furrowed and his face gloomy and sorrowful. Beside him, several fake core stage cultivators had solemn expressions and were in low spirits as they discussed the battle situation with him and how to defend against the enemy. After hearing Jiang Yunhe's report, Ding Lai pondered for a moment and gently threw down the battle map in his hand. "All cultivators, go out of the city and fight. Open the city gates and let the mortals escape. King, if we go out of the city to fight, we will only die." A fake core stage general cried out in despair. "If we don't go out of the city, we won't be able to hold on for long. I'm afraid we only have half a day." Ding Lai stood up and said with a face full of seniority, "But if we all go out to fight, we can attract the enemy's firepower. The mortals in the city will have a chance to escape. King, please reconsider." Many of the generals begged. "This is my choice. I would rather die than be a slave. Fellow Daoists, do as you please." Ding Lai smiled bitterly, stood up, and flew out of the city step by step. Jiang Yunhe clenched his teeth and followed on his sword. What will come, will come. On the city wall, Monk Dashin's ragged robe was stained with blood. He was so thin that he looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. He looked at the densely packed Heavenly Star cultivator corpses outside the city with a sorrowful expression. This was a bitter battle. In the end, not to mention spirit pills, spirit grains, or even ordinary grains, they did not have enough. His ancestor, Monk Bitter Sea, had chosen to betray them, but he did not hesitate to be expelled from his sect and stood firmly on the side of the Heavenly Star cultivators. Then, the deep sorrow on his face turned into endless determination and resoluteness. He roared, "Forget it. I will use my life to meet that nascent soul-old monster and see if the nascent soul of the Jade Lake is really invincible." Monk Dashin really threw caution to the wind. His sleeves fluttered as he rushed into the sky and blocked the huge cloud tower. This nascent soul-old monster was too powerful. He could break the defensive array with one blow. They could block him for a moment, and the mortals in the border city would live for a moment longer. "I will go too." Xiao Beishan propped himself up, then fell down again. He hammered the ground in grief and indignation, panting and gasping for breath. Sigh, if the absolute primordium sovereign was still here, the Jade Lake's cultivators wouldn't be able to strut around. I'm afraid even the Grand Primordium ruler wouldn't be able to stop them. At the side, a cultivator with a severed arm said in despair and grief, "Don't go. Don't go looking for death. I met the Grand Primordium ruler on the way, But he should have gone to Wild Wave City. At this moment, Miao Su hurriedly spoke. Although Jiang Tian had told her not to reveal her whereabouts, she felt that it was not a problem to reveal her whereabouts under such circumstances. It could even encourage everyone's fighting spirit. However, as soon as she rushed into the city, she quickly joined the battle and did not even have the time to explain the situation to everyone. Are you kidding me? How would he dare to come? He was only a Foundation establishment cultivator. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. The one-armed cultivator said with grief and indignation. He was so disrespectful to Jiang Tian, but no one said anything about him, and it was not good for them to say anything. He had already lost an arm to the enemy, and his wife and children had sacrificed themselves in the war. He had also sacrificed himself for the stellar sky domain. He was not a coward. It was just that under great pressure and after tragic sacrifices, people would always develop all kinds of pessimistic and desperate emotions. It was understandable. It's true. I believe the absolute primordium ruler will be here soon. Everyone, don't be rash. Don't go to your deaths. Miao Su was anxious and wanted to persuade everyone. He won't return, coward. The one-armed cultivator shouted in despair. I will go too. Kong Teichu is not a coward. His friends and comrades are not cowards either. However, Xiao Yingluo wiped away her tears. Her eyes were firm as she stepped into the air with her sword and followed. Immediately after, one by one, the stellar sky domain cultivators rushed out of the border city with determined expressions. Outside the city, hundreds of cultivators stood in a circle. Their faces were as calm as statues. They were going to fight the nascent soul cultivators in the beast-headed cloud tower with their flesh and blood. Under the shadow of the huge cloud tower, they were like a group of tiny mosquitoes that could almost be ignored. However, their fighting spirit was still surging like a tide, and their faces were full of unyielding fighting spirit. Interesting. At this time, from the depths of the cloud tower, a handsome young man wearing a golden crown and a yellow robe slowly walked out. Why don't you surrender? Why do you want to be the lackey of a mortal from Earth? You don't even care about death. You're going to die one after another. His face was as beautiful as jade and he was extremely handsome. His movements were elegant, like a deity, but he exuded a monstrous aura. Chen Liuha, the general of the Jade Lake Army, the heir of the Jade Lake Heavenly Path sect, had reached the nascent soul realm at a young age. It was said that he was only one step away from the god of war list in the ruins of immortality. Following him, more than 20 golden core overlords walked out one by one. Each of them was as tall as a mountain. They were powerful and could control the world. Their every move exuded a terrifying aura and had the power to destroy a city. People of different paths can't work together. We cultivators of planet Tianxing fight to protect the weak and never bully the weak. Xiao Yingluo's voice was sonorous and cold. Chen Liuha asked lazily, what you said is nonsense and stubborn. Did Kong Teichu teach you that? In the cultivation world, the strong are respected and the weak are ants. The strong trample on the weak. That's the truth. Look at Kuan Ling and Yuan Zihua. Their cultivation has improved, their lifespans are longer, their dermic powers are deep, and they have endless benefits. You fight for the weak, but what do you get in return? You can't even keep your life, so why are you still talking about your ideals? I really pity you. I'd rather die than be free. Xiao Yingluo retorted sarcastically. We'd rather die standing than kneel and be your lackeys. Little girl, there's something you don't understand. Chen Liuha shook his head. Didn't you also become the lackeys of Kong Teichu, Ding Lai, and Bai Zhe? How can there be true freedom in this world? People have to be lackeys in life. Just like Jade Pool, we're just lackeys of the ruins of immortality. However, even if you're a dog, find a good master. If you find a good master, you can eat and wear warm clothes and bully others. If you can't find a good master, not only can you not eat your fill, you can't even keep your life. Shameless. You're actually willing to be a dog and still talk big. Everyone couldn't stand his ugly face. In the end, even the good-tempered fairy Miao Yi couldn't help but retort. "Haha, you can't even keep your home, and you're still in the mood to mock me?" Chen Liuhe wasn't angry and said leisurely, "I'm just a lackey. I'm a lackey, but at least I have a home. What about you guys? You're a stray dog with your life on the line, living in fear all the time. Our home will always be there. As long as we don't give in, Heavenly Star won't be destroyed and won't fall into your hands." Xiao Yingluo shouted coldly. "You still want to fight? What will you fight with? You Foundation establishment ants don't even have a golden core cultivator." Chen Liuhe laughed loudly, and tears almost came out of his eyes. His sarcasm was extremely strong. "According to what you said, Kang Teichu said that the strong fight for the weak. Where is he? Where are Ding Lai and Bai Zhe? Why did they let you rush to the front as cannon fodder while they hid in the back and didn't dare to show their faces? You're so stupid." "Are you talking to me?" A slightly cold voice rang out. "You're right. We're stupid, but we have persistence and ideals. We're different from animals like you." Ding Lai led a dozen fake core cultivators to fly out of the city and stand in front of Xiao Yingluo and the others. Although they weren't strong enough and were even seriously injured, their murderous aura was monstrous and their momentum wasn't weak at all. "Ding Lai, you're finally willing to come out of your turtle shell." Chen Liuhe smiled sinisterly and said mockingly. "Surrender. Ding Lai, you're just an early-stage golden core cultivator. The others haven't even condensed their golden cores. They're too weak to withstand a single blow. Why do you have to be an ant trying to shake a tree and a mantis trying to stop a chariot? You have to know that only death awaits you if you resist me." His eyes turned cold as he said, "Don't worry. Moreover, Ding Lai, even if you're not afraid of death, your daughter Ding Lingdang is in our hands. Her life and death are in my hands. If you surrender, I can give her a way out. She'll still be the princess of this world, high and mighty. If you insist on your own way and don't surrender, I'll sell her to the dirtiest mortal brothel in the Jade Pool. Her lips will be tasted by thousands and her arms will be pillowed by tens of thousands. And they'll all be the ugliest mortals. Heavenly Star cultivators aren't afraid of death. Why should we fear death?" A trace of regret flashed in the depths of Ding Lai's eyes, but it immediately turned into boundless determination. "Heavenly Star cultivators will fight to the last man for our homeland and bleed to the last drop of blood. I'm like this and so is my daughter. Fight. We can't take a step back. Behind us is our homeland. When enemies meet on a narrow path, only the brave can win." Fairy Miao Yi Jiang Yunhe, Zen Master Dexin, and the other young experts walked out one after another. Their blood surged, and they erupted with powerful auras. Their eyes were filled with boundless determination. Even Xiao Yingluo clenched her teeth and pulled out her long sword. Her pretty face was full of fearlessness. She wanted to kill until her blood ran dry and her bones were no more for this giant city and the billions of gods in Heavenly Star. Stubborn. Seeing this, Chen Liuhe's killing intent suddenly surged. He flicked his long sleeves and his eyes were cold and stern. "I've given you too many chances, but you're still as stubborn as elm lumps. You don't know what's good for you and insist on being enemies with me. You've exhausted my patience." Chapter 1321. Boom! Suddenly, an experienced golden core cultivator behind Chen Liuhe walked out of the Beasthead Cloud Tower and shouted, "General, there's no need to talk to a bunch of ants. Just kill them." Boom! His dantian roared like a heavenly river bursting its banks. Endless black vital energy gushed out of his dantian, and a 1,000-meter-tall pitch-black whale Dharma power condensed behind him. The whale seemed to be made of black glue, as if it were real, like a demon or a god, as if it could shake the world. The entire border city and the array shield shook violently under the old man's attack, as if the mountains were about to collapse. Following his palm, a several hundred-meter large black vital energy palm that was like a whale's tail descended from the heavens, suppressing everyone in the desolate border. Before the giant palm arrived, The violent pressure had already shaken everyone to the core. Their clothes flew straight behind them as if they were about to be torn apart. This is the power of a perfected golden core cultivator. One attack is enough to kill all the foundation establishment and false core cultivators. This is perfected immortal Heijing. He's very powerful. On the city walls where gales roared, countless desolate border soldiers were alarmed. Many of them were Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators, but if it weren't for the array shield in the city, they would have been crushed to pieces immediately. Clang. Ding Lai frowned and formed a tiger god Dharma appearance, which rushed out to protect everyone. However, his Dharma appearance was only 100 meters tall and wasn't real, it was very weak. Under the giant black palm, Ding Lai's tiger god Dharma appearance couldn't withstand a single blow and was smashed to pieces. The giant black palm was about to smash everyone into meat paste. Chenliu, Heijing, you're so aggressive. Do you really think there's no one in Stellar Sky Domain who can stop you? At that instant, a furious voice could be heard coming from the distance. What a powerful Dharma power! Perfected immortal Heijing's eyes widened in shock. What? Bai Zhe is here? Many overlords were shocked and looked over. They saw a giant godly beast with a dragon head, a lion body, and 9 curved horns appeared out of nowhere. It was over 1,000 zhang tall, standing firmly between the heavens and earth with a ferocious aura. This Bai Zhe Dharma idol was ferocious. It flew over quickly and punched the giant black palm in the air, causing it to explode. He's recovered his peak strength. He's fine. True immortal Heijing's body trembled violently as he took a step back. He tasted something sweet in the back of his throat and almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. His Dharma idol also trembled violently and distorted as if it was about to collapse. He saw it. A handsome young man with a face that seemed to have been chiseled by a knife and an axe, and he had a slightly resolute expression. He wore a feathered robe and a star crown, and he wore a pair of wide sleeves and a wide belt. He was confident and at ease, and every step he took caused ripples to appear. He seemed to be walking slowly but was actually walking quickly through the air. The young man's face was young and tender, but his eyes were incomparably ancient, as if he had experienced countless years. His face was full of arrogance, as if nothing in the world could stop him. Senior Bai Zhe can actually fight? Don't tell me you've recovered. Jiang Yunhe, Miao Yi Fairy, Xiao Yingluo and the others were dumbfounded. Great, now that Senior Bai Zhe is here, we can retreat unscathed. Ding Lai exclaimed. Yuan Zihua poisoned him and injured his Dantian spirit embryo. How can he recover? Chen Liuhe frowned and a hint of surprise appeared on his handsome face. He couldn't help but gasp. Humph. Yuan Zihua is nothing. I have the Budian pill and detoxification pill left by Brother Taichu. Even if he soaks my Dantian in a jar of poison for a year and smashes it into meat paste, I can still recover. Bai Zhe's Dantian rumbled and he put away his Dharma idol. He stood in front of everyone and sneered. Today, I'm going to beat all of you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground and licking my toes. Bai Zhe, even if you recover to your peak state and have the cultivation of a nascent soul, you can't turn the situation around. Chen Liuhe sneered when he heard this, and then his face turned cold. He bowed deeply towards the pavilion and said, Ancestor Binding Sun, please take action. Ancestral Patriarch Fu Ri. On the Cloud Tower, the Golden Core Generals and even the nascent soul overlords all bowed deeply and were extremely humble. Ancestral Patriarch Fu Ri. It's him. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Path sect of Jade Lake. I heard that he's entered the nascent soul level a few hundred years ago. I'm afraid he's already at level 2. Hearing that, Ding Lai's eyes almost popped out. He was frightened and his mouth tasted bitter. It was said that he comprehended the laws of nets and tassels and formed his own forbidden realm with them. With tassels in hand, he could bind the sun and the moon and his net could cover the earth. His talent was excellent, his magic power was unpredictable, and his strength was extremely strong. Even in the Jade Lake world, he was almost at the top. Except for the ruler of the Jade Lake, the Tiandao sect master, few people could suppress him. He originally thought that the one hiding in the cloud tower should be a new nascent soul cultivator, but he didn't expect it to be an old giant. Bai Zai's face became unprecedentedly serious. He said with his immortal will, "Ding Lai, I'm here to deal with the enemy. You guys retreat to the Red Thunder Mountain. There are a lot of arrays there, and the remnants of the Heavenly God sect and the monster cultivators can still hold on for a few more days." Senior, Ding Lai was struggling. Nobody wanted to leave Bai Zai alone and take the risk, but to be honest, ancestral patriarch Fu Ri was too powerful. They would only die if they stayed there. While everyone was struggling and wondering whether they should fight or retreat. Fellow Daoist, why do you insist on doing things your own way and associate yourself with that ant from Earth, Jiang Taichu? You'd be wise to put down your Dharma artifacts and surrender to the Jade Lake. Suddenly, within the Beast Head Cloud Tower, an incomparably old voice sounded out at a moderate pace. Then, everyone felt as if everything in the world had suddenly stopped. Everyone's figures were also frozen in place, as if even time between heaven and earth had stopped flowing. As if a picture had been frozen, with Bai Zai and the others as the center, within a radius of 1 mile, all life, plants, cultivators, spiritual chi, magic power waves of magic arrays and magic artifacts, even the flowing clouds in the sky and the howling wind in the sky, all stopped moving, as if someone had pressed the pause button on a movie. Other than Bai Zai, everyone else couldn't move their eyes, couldn't lift their hands, and couldn't even move their little fingers. Many young cultivators didn't know what was going on and looked at each other. But Bai Zai and Ding Lai were shocked. The legendary Forbidden Zone. This is the ability of a nascent soul cultivator to restrict the world. Once he says it, the laws will follow. It's like a heavenly mirror. His Forbidden Zone can reach a radius of 1 mile. It's even more powerful than a normal nascent soul cultivator. This divine power was really terrifying. Ever since the master of the Heavenly God sect, who had a nascent soul cultivation base, had fallen while resisting the invasion of the devil race, no one had been able to use this kind of magical power in the stellar sky domain for thousands of years. It had become an illusory legend. The Forbidden Zone divine power consumed a lot of energy even for a nascent soul cultivator and couldn't be used for a long time. However, the Forbidden Zone only lasted for 3 seconds before it dissipated. The heaven and earth essence chi started to flow freely. Everyone found that they could control their bodies, but they still had lingering fears. The feeling of not being able to control one's body as if it wasn't one's own was really uncomfortable. Many stellar sky domain cultivators were livid. This old ancestor-binding son hadn't even shown himself yet. He had only used the Forbidden Zone to show off his power and control everyone like they were puppets. Would Bai Zai be a match for him? Fairy Miao Yi's face was pale. Xiao Yingluo's palms were sweating as she held her sword. Jiang Yunhe was on guard. Everyone looked at Bai Zai. "You're very strong, but fortunately I still have a backup plan. I can still fight." Bai Zai's face was extremely solemn. He took out a sword, and sharp sword chi and sword light condensed on it. The name of this sword was Broken Mountain. In the past, the Heavenly God sect's master had used this sword to defeat many devils. He had split open mountains and destroyed many formations. He had created one sword valley, which could be considered a true treasure. Now, with this sword in hand, Bai Zai could increase his battle strength by 10 times. Once the sword was out, a bolt of lightning seemed to flash between heaven and earth, illuminating a radius of 10 miles. The cold wind whistled, and dark clouds gathered. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The scene was bleak and tragic. The violent sword chi and killing intent rushed into the sky like stormy waves. The sword chi rushed like a bowl, and the cold light illuminated the sky. Layers of sword light suddenly burst out. The cold light flashed and spread out like a fan, and it kept extending forward. Finally, a long sword about 100 meters long was formed. It looked like a dragon's scales were spread out. Is the stellar sky domain so poor? To think that you, Bai Zai, the Heavenly God sect master, who is comparable to a ruler, Can only find this scrap metal low-grade true artifact after rummaging through all your belongings. Old ancestor Binding's son laughed wildly, full of disdain and arrogance. You want to fight this old man with just this? He suddenly attacked. Chapter 1322. Boom. A vast energy surged like waves, and the building seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Many enchanted talisman arrays shot into the sky. The curtains on the windows and the door were blown away, as if the recoil of a heavy cannon had been fired, causing the enormous building to shake violently and move back more than half a meter. A bright beam of light shot out from the cloud tower. The golden light was dazzling, and it carried an eternal and indestructible aura. It was like a huge cannon shooting through the sky. The beam of light was extremely fast. It instantly broke through 10 times the speed of sound and kept increasing, so much so that no one could see it with their eyes. In that instant, there was nothing left in the world except for the sharp and dazzling golden light. It was as if the world had been cut in two. Even the entire city and all the defensive formations would be pierced through. This was only a single ray of light, a single flick of Patriarch Binding's son's finger. Everyone's face paled. Ancestral Patriarch Binding's son's power had already surpassed this world. No one could compare to him. Break! Bai Zai's sleeves fluttered as he took a step forward and slashed with his sword. Boom! In the sky, a series of python-like lightning bolts fell, and the sword chi was like a long river that poured down in torrents. It was like a sword screen that was indestructible, protecting the many heavenly star cultivators. Sword thunder! Clang! The golden finger aura hit the sword barrier and let out an earth-shattering explosion. Boundless Zhenyuan swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths like raging waves. All of a sudden, a huge crater with a radius of a few miles appeared right below Yichen. Countless rocks and trees were crushed into pieces. Rubble pierced through the air, and wood shavings flew everywhere. 10 li away, the tens of meters thick city walls of the desolate city trembled violently. Huge cracks appeared on them, which was a ghastly sight. Mushroom clouds that were thousands of meters tall rose into the air above the point of impact. If this attack were to happen on Earth, it would definitely stun everyone. Its power was even greater than a few standard nuclear weapons. Bai Zai took a step back and his face turned red. He spat out a mouthful of deity's ruins. The next second, the sword screen could no longer hold on and shattered. Bai Zai and the others were sent flying 1,000 meters away by the surging airwaves. Although he had received guidance from Jiang Tian and cultivated authentic immortal cultivation techniques, he had just recovered from serious injuries and was only at the nascent soul realm. On the other hand, old ancestor Han Yuanying was in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He could control the heavens and earth, and his words were law. His divine abilities were unfathomable, and his surging magic power was boundless and deep to the extreme. Bai Zai, if you submit to me and hand over this continent, I will pardon your sins and put you in an important position. Chen Liuhe smiled proudly and looked down at Bai Zai as if he was looking at an ant. A loyal subject does not serve two masters. I, Bai Zai, will only recognize Kong Teichu as my master. Bai Zai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His fighting spirit rose sharply, and his eyes shone with a sharp and tenacious light. Who do you think you are, Chen Liuhe? You're worse than a dog. You're not even fit to lick my toes. You want me to surrender to you? Dream on. This time, he directly soared into the sky, waved the mountain-breaking sword, and used the astral steps to summon endless lightning. Streaks of lightning and thunderclouds in the shape of dragons, phoenixes, and tigers descended with bared fangs and brandished claws. The sky immediately became a sea of lightning. Lightning surged and rolled, striking towards the beast-head cloud tower. He summoned the heavenly lightning in the sky and turned it into an attack. He wanted to turn old ancestor Fu Ri, Chen Liuhe, and the others into ashes and kill them all. Chen Liuhe and the others were shocked. Some turned into light and flew away, while others took out their lightning-resistant Dharma treasures. Bai Zai, Although you're a beast, you've lived in the Red Thunder Mountain for a long time. You've actually comprehended the laws of lightning. You're really talented, old ancestor Fu Ri said calmly in the depths of the Beasthead Cloud Tower. But the next moment, his tone became sarcastic. But you don't know the power of a nascent soul realm overlord. Once the Forbidden Zone is formed, everything will be under my control. What can lightning do to me? The invisible force of the Forbidden Zone filled the world again. In front of everyone's astonished eyes. They saw it. Many terrifying lightning dragons and sea of lightning froze in the air in an instant. They were still dazzling, and they were still in the posture of slashing down. However, they were all motionless, as if they were abstract works of art. Then old ancestor Fu Ri attacked for the first time. He only struck with his palm. This palm strike looked ordinary and was formed purely from quintessence. However, it was extremely dense and indestructible. After it shattered the many lightning bolts, the palm strike landed on Bai Zai's chest. Bang! Bai Zai's sword screen was directly shattered, and even his true artifact mountain-breaking sword had cracks on it. His entire body was like a rubber ball that had been slapped away, exploding several thousand meters away. With a clang, he crashed into the city wall, creating a huge hole. Senior! Sect Master! At this moment, Miao Yi Fairy, Jiang Yunhe and Xiao Yingluo exclaimed. Ding Lai's expression was even more solemn. It's just a minor injury. I can still fight. Bai Zai flew out. He was covered in blood and had countless broken bones, but his eyes were still resolute and full of battle intent. He was ready to die. The attack of a nascent soul expert was extremely terrifying. Even though Bai Zai had taken spirit pills, his wounds and fractures couldn't heal. Old ancestor Fu Ri's Forbidden Zone's Dharma power was dense and formed a continuous destructive force. Bai Zai, you're courting death. Do you know that I've already shown you mercy? Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive. Chen Liu has said again. The stellar sky domain would rather die than retreat. In this world, only the absolute primordium dominator can make us bow. Xiao Yingluo stepped forward. Ding Lai, Jiang Yunhe, Miao Yi Fairy, and Zen Master Dexin all stepped forward, their eyes filled with determination. You've already exhausted my patience. You think too highly of yourselves, but you don't know that there are countless golden cores in the Jade Lake. Since you're so stubborn, why do I have to take you little cats and dogs? Old ancestor Binding's son gave up on trying to persuade him. His tone gradually turned solemn. Suddenly, he thrust out a palm and said coldly, Since you're courting death, then die. Forbidden Zone. The art of destruction. When this palm came down, what everyone felt was not a suppressive force, but a terrifying tearing force. It was as if their limbs and heads were being pulled by invisible giant dragons that wanted to tear them apart. The force was so strong that it was unstoppable. In this area, in the void, terrifying spatial cracks suddenly appeared, like broken and entangled spiderwebs, like giant pythons slithering in all directions, the sharp spatial fragments cutting through everything. Bang! Jiang Yunhe's arm was broken and blood gushed out. Then, the cultivators were torn apart and exploded inch by inch. A few golden core demon cultivators even had their tough bodies and immortal golden cores torn apart and exploded in the air. Seeing the giant palm getting closer and closer, and the power of the art of destruction completely enveloped them, everyone looked desperate. We've lost in the end. Miao Yi Fairy sighed with tears in her eyes. I'm not afraid of death, but I've let down the absolute primordium dominator. Ding Lai shook his head bitterly. Is this the end? Xiao Yingluo lowered her head with tears in her eyes. But the enemy came too quickly. If I had 10 more years, I could have destroyed the ruins of deity. Bai Zai gritted his teeth and looked at the giant palm in the sky with hatred and indignation, but in the end he slowly closed his eyes. Long live the ancestral patriarch. Cultivators of Heaven's Star are as weak as ants. They can't even withstand a single blow. Ha! This is the result of your stubborn resistance. You'll die without a complete corpse. Many Jade Lake cultivators, on the other hand, were laughing wildly to their heart's content. Old ancestor Fu Ri had crushed everything. With Bai Zhe and Ding Lai dead, this battle would end with Heaven Star's defeat. From now on, Heaven Star belongs to Jade Lake. We're only one step away from attacking Earth. Chen Liuhe flung his sleeves and stood with his hands behind his back. There's only one foundation establishment cultivator on Earth, Kong Teichu. He can't even withstand a single blow. Earth is now in our hands. A general in dark gold armor spoke with a smile. His back was as straight as a sword, and his gaze was piercingly cold. He was filled with heroic spirit, and he revealed a complacent expression. Kill! There were also many Golden Corps generals who held golden halberds in their hands and attacked the Heavenly Star cultivators. Kill them all. Don't let any of them escape. On the Jade Lake side, the Golden Corps cultivators unleashed their 1,000-meter Dharma forms and attacked the Heaven Star cultivators with ruthless eyes. While the cultivators of Heaven Star were in a desperate situation and were about to be destroyed. All of a sudden, a sharp sword light that was like a shocking rainbow cut through the heavens and the earth, split open space, and tore through the sky from afar. This sword had once been in the hands of an ancient cultivator. It had cut open the ancient path of the universe and then reappeared in the world. Once the sword was released, the temperature suddenly dropped and snow fell in 100 miles. The sun, the moon, and the sky seemed to be about to be cut open by the sword. How dare you kill Kong Teichu's men? A cold and stern shout, like a cold wind blowing down from a 10,000-year-old iceberg, came from afar. Chapter 1323. Giant cracks appeared in the dimension where the sword aura passed, shattering ancestral patriarch Binding Sun's forbidden realm and the great collapsing art. That unbreakable forbidden domain was instantly as fragile as paper, and it was easily destroyed. A painful groan came from the cloud tower. Ancestral patriarch Binding Sun had been attacked by the forbidden realm. Chen Liuhe and the other cultivators were also frightened by the sword aura. They staggered backward, and some Golden Corps cultivators even knelt on the ground, trembling. After destroying Patriarch Binding Sun's forbidden realm, the flying sword spun around in a dazzling manner. After killing 3 Golden Corps stage cultivators, it floated silently in the air between the two armies. This treasured sword's sword light was restrained and its sharpness was hidden. It was dull and lusterless. It was quiet and didn't seem strange at all. However, it was as if this sword could sweep through the heavens and crush the earth. It made Chen Liuhe and the other nascent soul cultivators feel suffocated, and their expressions turned serious. After all, that was the sword that had broken ancestral patriarch Binding Sun's forbidden realm and killed 3 Golden Corps cultivators. This was too heaven-defying and powerful. Many Jade Lake cultivators were startled and looked at the flying sword. A nascent soul cultivator? Who's that? Even ancestral patriarch Binding Sun didn't dare to be careless. He released his immortal will and scanned the area. He saw the Jade Lake army behind him exploded like firecrackers. It was a young man in a white outfit. He had black hair and black eyes, and every step he took created ripples in the air. He was like an ancient true god. With every step he took, hundreds or even thousands of Jade Lake cultivators would be turned into a bloody mist. They died an unnatural death, and even an army formation was destroyed. The void trembled, the earth quaked, and the mountains shook. The bronze battleships, flying boats and chariots, which were more than 100 feet long and had countless arrays engraved on them and could withstand dozens of nuclear explosions, cracked and fell to the ground. They were then turned into scrap metal by the reactors and bloomed in the air like fireworks. Who is he? The power of a single kick is actually so terrifying. How can he be so powerful? He must have the power of a nascent soul cultivator. All of a sudden, the cultivators of the Jade Lake were horrified, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Retreat! All of them were terrified to the point their souls almost left their bodies, and they were terrified like stray dogs. They didn't dare continue fighting, and they retreated like tide water to open up a path. It's Kong Tichu. How could he be so powerful? Isn't it Foundation establishment? On the Beast Head Cloud Tower, a golden core cultivator finally recognized Jiang Tian. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright and disbelief. Invading a world was not a small matter. Even if they thought that they had a high chance of winning, they had still done careful and in-depth research. They had studied Jiang Tian's information, but in the end, they determined that Jiang Tian's strength was only at the Golden Core realm, and there was nothing to worry about. But at this moment, Jiang Tian's attack was so shocking. He's a Golden Core cultivator, and an early Golden Core cultivator. Chen Liuhe stared at Jiang Tian in disbelief. But his sword technique clearly contained the power of a forbidden domain. His strength doesn't match his cultivation. It's Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is back. Xiao Yingluo stared blankly at Jiang Tian's figure and murmured. At this moment, it was as if the tens of thousands of soldiers in the world had disappeared. The mountains, rivers, grass and trees, the clouds, and the wind had all disappeared. All that was left was the back of the figure that was walking towards them step by step. That figure was tall and dignified, as if he could support the world. That figure was warm and responsible, as if he could shelter her under his broad wings, and she wouldn't be hurt at all. The Grand Primordium ruler is back. Jiang Yunhe held his broken arm and roared to the sky. His mind relaxed and he fell to the ground. For some reason, the moment he saw Jiang Tian, he felt that everything was stable and nothing could stop him. The Grand Primordium ruler. The ruler is back and defeated the army. We're saved. At this moment, thousands of cultivators in the entire border city, regardless of whether they were human or demon cultivators, were roaring in joy. Grand Primordium ruler, you're finally back. In the city, hundreds of millions of mortals exploded like ice cubes thrown into a pot of hot oil. Then, they crawled on the ground and knelt down to Jiang Tian's figure. He's back. He's finally back. Even Fairy Miao Yi, who had a steady and shy personality, broke into a smile as she waved her arms and cheered loudly, with tears rolling down her cheeks. I knew he would come back. We agreed that we would conquer the universe together. Bai Zhe coughed blood with his fist in his mouth, but he roared to the sky with eyes full of joy. How did he become so powerful? Is he really the Grand Primordium ruler? Ling Dang, that girl, was also rescued by him. Ding Lai was still dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Tian took 13 steps in a row, and with each step, he destroyed 13 military formations of the Jade Lake, killing 13 Golden Core realm generals. Wherever the sword aura passed, there were explosions and airwaves. Even a Golden Core overlord couldn't withstand it for more than a second. He was really killing people like cutting grass. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Tian had traversed 10 miles, tearing apart the indestructible army formation, and smashing the entire Jade Lake army into pieces, completely routed. Countless cultivators of Jade Lake cried and ran away, wishing that their parents hadn't given them an extra pair of legs. Soon, the area outside the desolate border city turned into hell. At least 50,000 cultivators of the Jade Lake died like raindrops. The ground was covered with broken limbs, warships, weapons, and magic treasures. Blood flowed like a river. Flames lingered in the air. Black smoke mixed with a pungent blood fog soared into the sky like smoke signals of spiritual energy. Jiang Tian stepped on a pool of blood and corpses as he arrived. His ferocious aura overflowed into the sky. He was like a demonic god that had descended, bringing Ding Lingdang with him. Kongyu, it's you. Chen Liuhe narrowed his eyes as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Even Ancestor Hun Bingri in the Cloud Tower told everyone to be careful. No one expected that Kong Teichu, who should be trembling in fear on earth, would dare to go against the heavens and defeat the army of 100,000 cultivators of Jade Lake. This was simply unimaginable. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Tian ignored Chen Liuhe and went to the Heavenly Star Overlord's camp and looked at Jiang Yunhe's broken arm. He took Jiang Yunhe's broken arm and used the creation of all things mysterious art to repair it. Ruler, it's not hard at all. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you and waited for your return. Jiang Yunhe half knelt in the air and bowed his head. Although he tried to hold it in, hot tears still flowed out. His father, Jiang Haishan, and dozens of clan relatives had died in the war, but he had never cried. Now, his tears fell like rain. They were tears of joy because he saw hope. The hope to protect Star World and defeat Jade Lake's experts. Get up. There's no need for formalities on the battlefield. Jiang Tian revealed a look of joy. Jiang Yunhe used to be frivolous and flashy, but now he had become a true cultivator, a warrior, and his Dao heart was as stable as a rock. It could be seen that only suffering and tempering could make people grow. Master, we're all fine. Jade Lake's cultivators want to destroy us? That's a fool's dream. They're still too far away. Bai Zhe laughed. Although he was still coughing up blood, his face was full of ecstasy. I have the bloodline of a demon beast and my body is tough. I can still hold on for a few more years. Qiao Yingluo, Miao Yi, and the other female cultivators also tried their best to hold back their tears, but their eyes were red and sparkling. You're good to be able to hold on until now. Don't worry, after today, the war will be over. I'll avenge you. Jiang Tian nodded in appreciation. Then his eyes turned cold. He turned around and stared at Beast Head Cloud Tower. Evil dogs of Jade Lake, when did I, Kang Teichu, provoke you? You came to snatch my territory, kill my sect members, bully my people, and humiliate my orthodoxy? Do you really think that Kang Teichu is a pushover and easy to bully? As he spoke, a cold smile appeared on his face. He waved at Absolute Heaven Sword and said coldly, Today, I'll use the blood of Jade Lake's cultivators to declare to the ruins of immortality, to the ruins Emperor, and to the various multidimensional worlds. Those who bully me, Kang Teichu, will be returned 100-fold. I'll kill without mercy. Those who invade my territory will be returned 100,000 feet away. I'll wipe out your entire family. As soon as he said that, Absolute Heaven Sword had already landed in Jiang Tian's hands. Instantly, a murderous and cold sword chi rushed into the sky and shot straight at Absolute Heaven Sword, as if it was going to tear the ground apart and pierce through the sky. Retreat. Set up the array. Set up the array. Seeing this scene, many Jade Lake cultivators were shocked and retreated more than a mile, as if they were facing a great enemy. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.